about the hacking thing. Doing the beginner boost again. Going to talk about what we're going to do, how we're going to plan it. Um, I do not have a time limit on this stream. This is a live stream, so if you're looking for a summary, maybe read the description. I'll try to update the description. Um, so there. But I'm gonna wait for a little bit. I'm just gonna tool around and play with stuff while we wait for a few people to come on in. I haven't been putting this on the calendar at all, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I don't know what my category is. I think I might be streaming to Twitch category in the wrong category. I think I'm streaming to Zwift. And I need to go change that right now. So, going to be a lot of faffing about not knowing what I'm doing while we wait for people to come on in here. Go to my creator dashboard here. Golkis, hi, how are you? I think you're going to be happy. I put the announcement today. Hey, look, I made a whole $18 last month. Obviously, I don't do this for the money. Wait, where's my stream manager? Okay, here we go. I know, I don't care. I'm doxing like everything. YouTube, how are you? Lost weight? Oh, hell yeah. Sean. Yeah, I'm down to 80. I'm down to, what, 79 kilos? I was at this same time, almost exactly, last year, I was 94 kilos. So I've lost a lot of weight. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of biking, which reminds me, I need to change my stream info. From Zwift. We are not Zwift. The thing is, sometimes I'm going to have to change this every time because I do stream Zwift a lot on my bike. And stuff. So let's turn this music down a little bit. But there's really nothing to watch right now while I get set up. My wife rear-ended a car on the highway. She's safe and fine and everything, but her car, her Baja Subaru, is in the shop, and so she's got my car, which is why I have pajamas on and I'm not outside on my bike right now because I can't go outside. I mean, I could, but I would die on the way to the place where I like to ride my bike. That you don't die. God bless America. Category. What is my category? Is this software? I guess it's kind of software. Should I put just chatting? It's kind of software and game development. It's kind of sciencey too. I go back and forth between categories. I used to have a big thing. Mark, how are you? Is it software? Okay, so we're gonna be maximizing the least laziness here. Maximum laziness. Yeah, I actually got my hoodie on today. You could do the whole pseudo hacker thing. You know, quick little reminiscence here. And when I started streaming, 4 years ago, I really went down the hacker thing. I was like all mysterious and everything, and I really built up a following really fast and everything. And nobody even saw my face, and it was all about learning how to hack. And hey, Moz, how are you? Hey, are you the Moz who gave me the Furby? The one that we remember that? Anyway. I was obsessed with the terminal and showing people how to hack and everything. I thought, okay, hey, this is a good way to trick everybody into learning how to code and getting jobs that matter or becoming hackers or whatever. Thank you for that so much, by the way. I still have it. It's like in my special things box over here, packed in the closet here. I'm kind of in the middle of packing. Hey, the raging was interesting. I still rage. I do still rage. I found out that's a quality that Sagittarius has, according to my wife is a very practical person, but I tell you what, she's a total astrologist. Oh my God. She will spend hours. I hear her on her day off. She will drink coffee and watch all of the astrologer TikToks and Instagrams. Hey, Belle. And yeah, so there. Hey, Mark, you want to change me on Kick? Are you over there? If you're not, that's cool. I get it. Hope you're doing better too, my dude. I've been following you on Facebook. Since we're kind of getting into it, there's 10 of us here, but I might as well go ahead and just start throwing it out here. I'm wondering if I should write it. If I should write it up. I probably should. I probably should write it up, so that I can put it in the description. People just want to read a summary of what happened. Yeah. So let me just log in. Log into Anton. I hope this doesn't mute my video. I don't think it will. I think it'll probably get it demonetized, but that's fine. This is all Mark. This is named Matt Quayle. This is all Matt Quayle's stuff from Mr. Robot. Anton, where are you? Are you not on? Anton's not on. I gotta turn Anton on. Give me a sec. Anton? What the hell? I thought Anton was on. Oh, what's going on, Anton? What's his IP? Oh, 13 now. It probably changed on me. It's probably picked up a new one from DHCP. Yeah, you'd think I would have locked it down by now, but no. Track 2 and OBS. That doesn't help YouTube and Kick and everything, and Facebook. Yeah. I'm multi-streaming. I'm not going to change that. There's no way I'm changing it. Honestly, I don't care. Anything that's live like this, I really don't care if it gets muted. I don't care. If it gets muted, it's because it's not meant for post production. It's meant for the people that are actually here to have something fun to watch. You know what I mean? So if and when I want it to be not that, then I'll go ahead and get fancy. Oh God, I want to turn this one up. If you don't make it static, it kind of is. Yeah, I have to kind of change my little number here every time I turn my machine on, which is, keeps me on my toes. Don't be me. T-Mug say, nope. Let's see, I need to fix my Z too. Okay, so. Programming Siri, how are you? Good to see you from Melbourne. I do remember you. Actually, I do remember. I remember your name from Melbourne. I do remember that. I don't. My memory is very bad. But on many things I remember. So I gotta say I'm very excited because we've already had a few people from YouTube. I'll be really amazed if we get somebody from Facebook to say hi. I've only got 86 people following over there, and they're just mostly people from family times and stuff like that. So I'm a methodical guy, which means it takes me a long time to say things, obviously. And I'm going to put my thoughts down on paper today, and I'm going to talk about them publicly with you on a Friday night. You're welcome to hang out with me during all this, but the reason I was going to do this by myself, and then I thought, what the hell? I'll just, stream it in my jammies, and we can come up with a plan together. Okay. But the thing that people are tuning in for is to know what's going on with Rob. Is Beginner Booth back on or not? And my beloved mentees from SkillStack for years, for over a decade now, have given me the somewhat pejorative moniker of Flip Flop Rob, because I change my mind all the time. When I'm kind of OCD. I kind of like chase whatever's interesting. I'm looking for dopamine highs all the time. I get obsessed about things, and I think, what the hell was I doing? I know that about myself, and I don't debate it. I don't argue that with anybody. People like it. They think it's funny. It's just who I am, and I know thyself, right? So I know that that's how I am. So today, you caught me on a day where I want to do the Beginner Boost. It might change tomorrow, but I'm just telling you, as of this moment, I was like really into skateboarding, and then I was really into rollerblading, and then I was, then I lost my teeth, and then I was really into bike messengering, and then I was really, whatever. Life is boring if you don't like chase different things. So that's all I want to say about that. Yeah, the pro boxing phase. Actually, now that I don't have teeth, I might be able to pull that off. Until he gets his car back. Oh, hell yeah. I'll get my car back, and I'm like, fuck you. I hate streaming. You guys are all making me unproductive. It would be accurate to say that oftentimes I blame my best friends in the streaming community. And then half of them are like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? I'm out of here. And the rest of them are like, oh, he's just going through that phase again. Those are the people that I hope are still here. You're all crazy. Look, we're all neurotic, okay? We're all neurotic in different ways. All right? Can we just accept that? I mean, I just yelled at the top of my lungs at my wife yesterday on Valentine's Day, and I am not proud. I am so not proud of that. And I don't even want to get into it. It just makes me sound like a bigger asshole. I'm such an asshole. And earlier in the day, I was like, oh, lovey-dovey. We were sending back things. I say, back and forth. No dick pics. But, we were sending Valentine's Day stuff back to each other. And then I get on this really, really tough ride, and I came 12th out of 56. I pushed it hard, and I was like, all full of testosterone and angry and everything. And I come right out of there sweating like crazy. And my wife says, you left the mayo on top of the fridge. That was the first thing she said to me. And I said, no, I didn't. And I got all defensive like I do, and I attacked her back, and she just thought it was funny, and she was just making a joke. And I was like, you don't know that I did that. How do you know that I did that? Blah, 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 blah. And I just let her have it. And Mr. Guest, Otto, and I had kind of a laugh about it after that, after I kind of cooled down. But boy, did I rip into her. I ripped into them both. And I'm not proud of it. Anybody that knows me, including my family, anybody on Facebook is like, yep, that's Rob. Vehicles are out. How are you? It's good to see you. Testosterone do that to you. I know. So look, I am, the bio is a phase too. Yeah. Rob being Rob. Hey, Moz, how are you? Been a while. What happened to my bio? I got pissed off and deleted the whole thing. You know how long it took me to put that bio together, by the way? I must have put like 40 hours into putting that bio together and tailoring it perfectly and having a corresponding Git repo that would synchronize across, the Twitch API, complaining about the Twitch API not synchronizing the bio properly. I mean, I must have spent like 40 hours fucking around with the bio. And then all of a sudden one day I was like, I'm done with Twitch. Nothing. I'm just going to put an emoji. And then I wish I had it back. Oh, well. This happened too. I actually ran an entire business, and I had a person save all of the world that I had built and my avatar and a bunch of other stuff for me because they knew me. And they knew I was going through a phase, and I was like, okay, this crazy guy, he's going to delete everything. We know, I'm going to save it for him so when he wants it back, so I'm still here. The true story, I told myself I was never going to wear any Lycra again on my bike, on road bike, right? So, and I bought like $200 worth of Lycra stuff, brand new stuff last year. Last year, about $200 worth of Lycra stuff. And I was like, and I began the backpacking, and I started. I'm just telling you how I'm stupid. That's all I'm doing. I'm just telling you how stupid I am. And I don't know if stupid's a word, but whatever. So then I'm like wearing, I'm wearing this Lycra, and I really loved it. I got stung by a bee, and so I realized I got stung by a bee twice, 2 days in a row, on the same route. And I figured out that the bees, there's a beehive, and they were crossing the thing here. There's a story here, I promise. There's a point. And the bees kept seeing my nice fluorescent Lycra shirt, and they were stinging me between the eyes. There's like my straw. I still have a picture someplace. And I was like, I can't do this. And so then I said, no, I'm going to wear black t-shirts forever. So I started wearing black t-shirts on the ride and everything. And I was like, and then I got into the backpacking thing. I'm like, oh, Lycra sucks. And so I threw all of my thing. I donated all of my Lycra stuff. I didn't donate it. I gave it away. It's all gone now. And then I just bought more. I just bought 2 pairs of Lycra shorts. I bought like a semi-tight fitting top because I just mostly wicking. I don't want it tight because just for reasons. Then and I bought a pair of $300 Lacole, Lycra pants. Those are not going back, by the way. Those are amazing. I wore them yesterday, busted all my PRs on my bike. Yesterday was the first time I got to ride my new road bike. Now, I know you want to know about beginner boosts and stuff like that, but this is how I am. Okay, so if you're here and you're new, you just need to know that I get to places, but I get there in a very roundabout way. Okay, and if that is not your style, if you like people that are to the point and all about work and don't tell stories and stuff like that, this is not the channel for you. Okay, I'm just fair warning. For some people, they love it. I am not taking my hat off. No. I mean, I could. So some people can't throw anything away. Good for you. You know what? I was that way too. And I don't know if you saw, but the $25,000 worth of computers I had behind me are now gone. I donated 2 full Kubernetes racks with 36 nodes in one and 10 nodes in the other one, with 3 high performing SSD control plane nodes for each one separate. And I donated all that. I just canceled my account to this. This is actually related to this. I did. I just canceled my account. I'll put the chat on so YouTube can see what other people are saying, and they can always see that. I donated. You still can't throw movie tickets away. I threw away. So I threw away. No, I didn't throw away. I donated. Okay, so LTN Bob, fantastic human being, one of the best examples of Christianity I've ever known. You know how I feel about Christianity. We're not going to talk about politics. We're not going to talk about politics, religion, or Lance Armstrong today. That's a private joke with my cycling buddies. Not today anyway. So, but just know that this is a comment because Bob is like, Bob's got a young toddler, or a little older toddler, and I'm going to talk good things about him. I'm gonna brag about Bob. I'm gonna dox a little bit about Bob. I think that everything that I'm gonna tell you is public. I'm sure he would be fine sharing it. He might be embarrassed, but I don't care. I'm gonna do it anyway. When you run across a human being like Bob, you're like, I want to do everything to help this dude. Okay, because God knows there's a lot of people in the world that you would run into purposefully or otherwise that you don't really care about, and you would rather never have any interactions with them again, to put it nicely. Go Web Framework. Which one? GoMake? Don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. We should go take a pic at it. Anyway, so he's the one I got donated to. But Pamelio, we're not mad at you. Whoever modded you out of there, we're not mad at you for that. That's fine. If you're gonna promote your own thing here, that's totally fine. I'm not like other streamers, but we're not talking about that. So I absolutely do not care if you stay on topic in the chat. Usually, it's particularly now. Now we're just like randomly talking, right? So please don't take offense at that. But somebody feels like it, you need to stay on topic. And there is no topic. I'm all over the place. So what I'm trying to tell you is Bob's an awesome person. Bob had a great job as a hacker working for HackerOne. I don't know if that was public knowledge. It is now. Anyway, so he went back to teaching community college. Not only that, he picked a community college that was far away and in a rural area that needed help, that was normally not going to have any amount of tech skills at all there. Here in North Carolina, which, goes without saying. If you don't know the United States, you should know that North Carolina is, famous for Appalachia and everything that goes with that. I mean, there's generally sort of that cliche idea that, uneducated people live here in North Carolina. That is not true at all, having lived here for many, many years now. But Silicon, Raleigh is North Carolina, one of the smartest, centers of excellence in all of America. So the stigma about North Carolina being backwoods is totally bad. You get up in the hills though, yeah, it gets kind of interesting. The point, that's South Carolina. Okay, that's not fair, but and yes, it's true that the Civil War started in South Carolina and North Carolina. It was once one Carolina, and it split over the Civil War. Moonshine, that was also a thing. NASCAR started by racing moonshine. There's so many cool things about this state that I now live in that I love, by the way. I truly, deeply love North Carolina. I mean, I get all verklempt. I kind of want to cry when I talk about it. Was I born here? No, right? And Mark loves North Carolina. I mean, it's just so steeped in history, and it's got such diversity, and it's got such natural beauty. I stopped IRL streaming on the bike, and I think it was it Frackenberg? I don't think Frackenberg series is not into the tech stuff as much. I'm not in Charleston, no. I'm in Mooresville, but so anyway, so yeah, this area is just so beautiful, and he's they shared publicly that they were from Indiana, and which is funny because I have a Race Across Indiana jersey that I've been wearing that I adopted from somebody else, actually inherited, was gifted, donated, whatever. And what is the current stream about? The current stream is supposed to be about the plans for the beginner boost. Right now, I'm also just talking about how awesome North Carolina is. Morrisville and Mooresville are not the same, though. Even though Android does not know that. Anyway, so Bob's awesome. He works out in rural North Carolina, and I gave him all my stuff. What's the beginner boost? Okay, so great question, Nitro Flap. Let's use that to go into this. So if you go to skillstack.io, skilstak.io, you have this really old website that has not been updated in a very long time, and you have the vestiges of previous beginner boosts, which have all died rather anemically from lack of attention and interest, which is how everything in my life dies. Except for my first marriage. That was totally different. We're not going to talk about that right now. What is the boost? Okay, so the beginner boost is something that came out of, well, you can go here and read it. Since 2020, our communities come together every year to have a series of extremely casual live streams of videos to help beginners get started with Linux. And I will now add Go. So equals Carolina. Hey, amazing. So that's what we're gonna do. All right. So the first takeaway from this, I mean, let's actually let's do a Z about this. There's probably already a boost to Z. Let's go see if there's what we got here. Oh, whoopsie daisy. Start my teamworks up. Z boost. I probably have a note on boost already. Linux and Go, yeah, but separately. Okay, so I mean, you guys know this. I mean, there's all kinds of notes in here about plans and things I really want to do someday. Some of them I still want to do. I'm kind of glad that they're in my Z still, because they always remind me, oh yeah, I was going to do this thing, like all the books I wanted to write, or the Udemy series that I wanted to make, or the beginner books I wanted to continue to do. And so let me tell you a story again. Okay, so my style is storytelling, and a lot of times I'm self-deprecating in my storytelling. Sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm putting up somebody else. But I generally like to teach through storytelling. So here's a story. Here's another story. Привет, Wilfulness, как дела? Все нормально? Да, вам тоже. Вам тоже. Да, я говорю по-русски. If you want to speak Russian or you want to type Russian in the chat, that's fine. I read Russian. If you want to type French in the chat, si vous voulez parler en français ou bien écrire en français, je suis d'accord aussi. All right, so Russian, French, and English are all valid in my chat. Anything other than that, I won't be able to read it. I don't mind you doing it. There's streamers that get really bent out of shape by using another language that people don't understand. I don't. If it's a language I understand, I prefer you stick with those languages. But I encourage you to write in your language if it means that you're going to contribute to the chat more. Okay, so I mean it. If Если вы хотите, пишите, пожалуйста, пишите на русском, если вам легче. Если вам легче, и вы будете больше, как сказать, contribute по-русски, я забыл. Contribute, как это сказать, willfulness. Hola. What about Chinese? I do not know. I wish it did. Реакция на Twitch выше, чем в моей стране. Your reaction is better than from my side in my own country. And I will. By the way, if you write, если вы пишете что-то по-русски на русском, я буду переводить. Okay? Когда я могу, когда могу. Иногда это невозможно, но все равно. If you want to write in French or Russian or English, I will generally translate. В разговоре участвовать. Да. If you want to, you can do that, okay? Hates his mods who have to use Google Translate constantly to make sure it's not TOS. He lives. Gabe, oh my gosh. Can I tell him what you helped me with? Here's Gabe. Gabe. Gabe helped me out. Yeah. I got to use him yesterday. Oh my god, it was so awesome. Yeah, I got to use them yesterday. Those clips. Yeah. Gabe works at Garmin. He's one of the people that I mentored, helped to learn. Gabe learned everything on his own. Let's just be real. I maybe convinced him that playing Minecraft was not always the only thing to do. I've known Gabe since he wanted to play Minecraft every day, all day. And now he's like the big shot at Garmin and all kinds of things. Anyway, TA and assembly language. What's your opinion about Web3? I have no opinions about anything that's related to Bitcoin. Bitcoin and crypto is completely failed technology. And anything that anybody who says anything about it is welcome to have their opinion, but I feel like any effort at all, even breathing a breath talking about it, is a waste of time. Every single thing that's built on blockchain technology, period. There's very little that I still think people should be able to explore things just like anything, but I hate it. I think it's a waste of time, and I think it's a joke. That's my opinion. Да, есть другие русские. And есть по-французски. Мы как на вас, что? Нас тоже должно быть в миру. Get new support. Привет, рад тебя видеть снова офлайн. Планирую или и IRL стримы. Это хороший вопрос. Мне надо ответить на английском. Понятно? Okay, so even though you look, if you're going to ask me questions in Russian and French, I will read them, but I'm going to answer them in English. Okay? So, but if it's easier for you to write, because God, I hate when I try to type my Russian, it's good practice and everything, but if I'm in a Russian stream on Twitch, there's no way that I can type in as fast in Russian as I want to in the chat. So having been a user in somebody else's chat, I'm just going to say, if you want to. Tim Builders is building Web 3.0. Is he really? Please tell me he's not. Tony Paul, he's not. He's doing Web 3.0. He's not doing Web 3. Please tell me it's not blockchain based. I don't want it to be blockchain. Definitely learn French and Russian. They're good languages. They yeah, they are. Quote unquote. Okay. All right. So people are asking what's up. Some are asking about the real life streams. Okay. So let me. I don't know what I'm gonna do here. I'm just gonna make a new Zet create streaming plans for 2024. Usually I do this in January, but I was so busy trying to get my health back in January after falling off the wagon in December big time. What is Zet? We're going to talk about Zet a lot. Zet is my tool for taking notes. It uses the Zettelkasten technique. If you want to go research it, you can go on I have lots of YouTube on it. It is one of the projects that I'm going to pick up again in 2024. So let me just start summarizing because we obviously have a lot of new people here, and this is fantastic. So I'm going to just maybe take it in a question and answer format or statements. So beginner boost is on for 20. So we're going to be on beginner boost, Linux beginner boost. And people in the chat, we have a lot of people here today, so this is good. I like it, but it makes it harder for me to respond. So if I have moderators or other community members who want to answer other people in the stream, I appreciate it. That's going to become more and more of a problem. I am going to start targeting streams with over 100 users in them, and creating content that would, interest at least 100 people at a time. And if not, I will be doing other streams like Zwift and things like that, but that is going to be the primary goal, is for me to get the most bang for my buck when it comes to streaming. Not always going to be possible, and I'm definitely not always going to dance. I am a dancing monkey, but Linux Beginner Boost on May the 4th. Okay, so May the 4th, 2024. And traditionally we've done it at 11/11/11 on May the 4th. That's usually when we do it, but I don't know if we're going to do that or not. So what is the Beginner Boost? I'm just going to summarize really quickly. You can go read about the Beginner Boost at skillstack.io. If you go to skillstack.io, you can go read about what it has been, and I will be updating skillstack.io because we created that last year. Am I rolling Ubuntu? Yes, I am. I'm a Ubuntu person. We're going to talk about that. This is Ubuntu VM, and actually, that's an interesting segue. So we're going to do. I'm calling it Linux Beginner Boost, and I'm calling it Linux on purpose. We are not. There's been a number of changes from last year, and I could do a whole video on all the changes. The most significant changes. Well, let me hold off on that. Right. Changes to from 2023. And I need to keep these in here because I am definitely going to summarize those on the webpage for those of you who like to do the boost every year. There's a number of changes, and that's actually why I'm streaming tonight, because I just installed Linux Mint in a VM at work in order to get around the VPN limitations, and I have decided, it's one of the many changes for 2023 that I want to document here a little bit later in the evening, when we get into the details of what the boost is going to have in it different this year from last year. Every year I do this. This is why I do one every year. The idea of doing a live beginner boost as opposed to a new series or a new book every year is because, number one, it's live, and so I can respond to you and to your concerns and your questions as best I can. I did toy with the idea recently after a Zwift bicycling stream about maybe taking on one or two people in real life and then having you kind of watch over my shoulder as we mentored them. And I've since reconsidered that because it's the logistics of scheduling things together is going to be very hard. We're going to talk about the time for the beginner boost set, which is going to be very varying times. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the changes 2020 is going to have. Linux Mint. We're going to be doing Linux Mint, desktop Linux Mint. And anybody who has been listening to me last year scream about how much I hate Linux desktop and it's totally stupid and it's brain dead and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. You're like, well, I thought you hate Linux desktop. I do. But there's a number of reasons to use Linux desktop, and they have since become very, very important to me at work. At work, my work has become somewhat dependent on it, and I will talk about that. Linux Mint, which is Ubuntu, on VMware, and we are not going to debate. There is another VM platform out there. What's it called? UMT or something like that. Does anybody know? What's it called? There's another virtualization platform out there that I want to consider. It's another reason I want to do a boost with a lot of people here, because some people might know more than me. Somebody told me about it just recently. Anonymous user, a sub to Rust. Yeah, run along and code in Rust. And we're not going to have Rust fights. KVM. No, not KVM. No. No, it's not XCP either. Hey, how are you? Thank you for the sub. Kimu, it's not Kimu, no. Hitting all the sweet spots today. Boost is back. LBG, yep. Yeah, I know. LBG is very surprised. Kimu is awesome. You know what else? You know what's really awesome? Kimu on Linux. I think it's called UTM. I don't know what it's called. Okay, so anyway, I know you guys are very interested. Thank you for being here. I promise you we'll circle back. Don't let me forget. But I want to stay on the main things. I also want to keep track of time. So I don't ever want to stream more than 3 hours, okay, in a sitting, for my health, for health reasons. For health reasons, I want to limit my streams to preferably 90 minutes, but at very most 3 hours. We're not going to be using NeoVim. I actually don't have a problem with NeoVim if you want to use it. And this is the thing we talk about in the beginner boost. I think you should learn Ed and then VI and then Vim and then NeoVim if you want. The end. And that way you can be productive in any of those things. I was watching Alt F4 kick ass in NeoVim today and take names doing things that I don't know how to do, nor do I really need or want to do. He's using visual mode and some things that I don't necessarily agree with. But he was, he was doing very well. And so my hardline position on learn Vim or go home is softened somewhat in that it depends on what you're doing. If, and I've said this all along, Emacs too. If you're going to use Emacs, I mean, these are our traditional, holy wars, right? What OS, what distro, what, editor, what web browser. Uh, it is not beginner friendly, but knowing it is very, very, very important. And Alt F4 is another one of these great streamers. And I was out there lurking on his stream today. Made a couple comments. Was watching what he was doing. So I did not talk about religion. I guess editors are kind of religious topics, aren't they? How you doing, Brian? Brent, thank you for the thing. I'm trying to catch up on the notes. You need to know this about me. If you're new to the stream, I read comments. I read stuff, and I know some people think that might not always be possible. No more than 3 hours, sure. You think I'm going to leave it on 24/7 like before? Yeah. JetBrains with the Vim plugin. There's reasons that's not as good as Vim. Most importantly, the filter command. And we do talk about that in the boost. Health problems occur when sitting for 3 hours. You sit for 10 hours. Good for you. I would suggest that's objectively not healthy for you. That's just I'll make it about for me. I have to keep bringing it back for me. Okay. For me, sitting 3 hours in one place without moving and talking at maximum level increases my cortisol, makes me fat, and usually leaves me hungry and pissed off. So, and if I'm drinking by the end of it, I'm like taping my nipples and all kinds of things that people have seen me do. That never did get a clip, thank God. I don't think it did. I hope it didn't get a clip. Yeah. So the reason you need to know ed is because it's the basis of all of Vim. All those ed commands that you're doing, if you know ed, you'll know Vim even better because VI stands for the visual mode of ed. A lot of people don't know that, right? Why do I need to know that? Well, you'll see it. It's like, oh my God. VMware though has a whole Broadcom acquisition fiasco. I know. Look, the VMware is still the most stable virtual machine out there. It is. It really is. It's also the one you're most likely to get at work. Fusion, for example. VMware Fusion on a Mac, it's literally the only virtualization option, period. If there's another one, please let me know. Okay. DevOps streamer, yeah. As a friend in Dev, I am impressed every when I edit something with Vim. But that's about the extent of its usefulness. You'd kill me if you knew my environment now. No, I wouldn't. Gabe, you're the one who got me back on Vim after I was using VS Code. Are you using JetBrains now? Or VS Code? Gabe, you don't remember. Do you remember you talking me back into Vim when I was like trying to get everybody back on VS Code? Look, my position on editors and, the one right way, VMware versus QEMU on Linux. QEMU is freaking awesome on Linux. The problem is, what if you have a Mac or a Windows machine? And VS Code plus WSL. Okay, well, yeah. I mean, WSL. Look, I tried. Gabe, you totally did. Do you remember when I will never remember because you sat right next to the stairs in the Cornelius place, and you were working for the place where you're doing the Python. And you were gonna go. You got a job at a grocery store, and you quit the grocery store like the first week because you got a job like coding Python for that one company. And then within and I was obsessed with conversational user interfaces, and I discovered that Chrome and Firefox and everything all have built-in text-to-speech. It's built into the browser. And I was starting to make these interactive story games and these like pre-chat GPT things. It was like way pre-chat GPT, where you could ask it a question, it would answer for you, and stuff like that. And I was like, we were making our own personal assistants that you could then talk to. We were making our own sort of Siri, sub commands so that you could speak into your phone from a web page and have it hit your assistant on the back end, and it would do its thing and it would give it back to you. And I still want to do that stuff. By the way, it was really freaking awesome. We were like it was a thing called Kava, Conversational Assistant Virtual Agent, and this whole architecture, which I really want to get back to. Mark was helping. Gabe will remember. Mark was obsessed with helping me with it. You were helping me with it, and it was this generic architectural framework for creating your own extremely customized um, assistants and agents that are constantly working for you. The idea being that the disconnected virtual agent would be constantly combing the internet for you, your own personal ChatGPT, data consumption and crunching algorithm thing that's always doing things. And then you have this personal private assistant that would speak to you, conversational assistant that was designed to interact with you directly. And at the time was leveraging Google for text to speech synthesization. This is also where the whole bonsai obsession with no dash dash options came from, because we wanted to be able to have conversation speakable commands, because as soon as you create an interface that's speakable, now it can be translated through the web directly, and then passed into the conversational assistant, and the conversational assistant can take a structured query, pass it off to the agent who works in the background for you, and you can have this, basically you just have this bot that's working for you all the time. You have this in your pocket assistant that you can talk to anytime and have it do different things, and then like taking notes, doing Zettelkasten and things like that. Chat GPT, but customized just for you. And then you could also have this idea of this agent that's constantly out there working for you. That means it's like only indexing sites that you want to see, or it's only crunching, the images from a subset of the stuff that you want to see. And I actually really want to return to the Kava idea. It was Sava or Kava. Sava is that's how you say Sava. How are you doing in French? It was kind of a play on words. So anyway, I was developing this, and I was obsessed with like web interfaces for a while again, and so I was doing all that development. I was doing a lot of web development, and I did it in VS Code for a year. I made a video about this, and I got to the point where I was so into VS Code, because I was also mentoring people, and we were coding the same thing at the same time, and I was writing a lot of JavaScript. Vanilla JavaScript, no TypeScript. Actually wrote a lot of CoffeeScript the year before that. I know, right? And then and then Gabe came in one day, and he said, "What are you doing?" And he started up his editor and started editing on a file, and I had added a couple plugins and stuff to my VS Code. I mean, at the time, I was actually having a weekly meeting with the core VS Code team. Not even kidding. Do you remember that? Did you ever get to sit on one of those? Somebody through Twitter, back when you could do that, but through Twitter, I had made contact with some of the internal people that were doing the collaborative coding and stuff like that, right? And I mentioned to them, I reached out to the person directly. I should probably reach out to them again. And I said, we're doing some amazing things with VS Code for Education that you might be interested in. They go, "Oh, really?" And so they actually had us in a phone call. I had me and another guy who went on to receive like this. What's his name? He was telling me he did something. He won like a national award for scholarship as well. He's doing great things now. He did write me an email some time ago, and I didn't answer. Anyway, but he used to sit in. He and I and would sit in on this call with the internal Microsoft VS Code team, and we were giving them feedback, and they were telling us about how the internal stuff's working using SSH tunnels and stuff like that. It was really great because we got all this insight. And so, I mean, I was really, really, really into VS Code, and then I wasn't, because that day Gabe was like, I don't know, and he pulled up some stuff to edit in Vim, and I was still waiting around for VS Code to boot up, and I had this like really painful moment where I realized that not being able to open up a file and edit it immediately was going to be very painful. And I kept telling myself that I could always do that from the terminal within VS Code if I needed to. But then I was like, oh, what the hell, So yeah. Anyway, the older you are, the more you want to play Green Day. Yeah. That's a good one. What's your opinion about Ruby on Rails? I love Ruby on Rails. I was a huge Ruby fan. I actually, I kind of fell off the planet, but I wrote for a long time. I was a maintainer of the INI library for Ruby. Matsumoto is an amazing human being, and I think they've done great things. How the tables turn. Yeah, they really do. I know, it's funny, huh? Look, I'm still not against VS Code. Basically, you're so excited for the boost. Okay, I'm glad you are, Doofatex. Um, even after pairing everything, I want to see. I want to see down to RSS. It's still too much. Yeah, yeah. Uh, what did she just tweet? That's I'd name mine Agent Smith. Of course you would, Tony. Well, only accessing other people's bank accounts or redirecting funds. Why not? What are your thoughts about GitHub Copilot? In a nutshell, Copilot is a violation of copyright license. The end. But it's not going to hold up in court. Court's already blown it up. Join the Discord, even more fun there. Yeah, please join the Discord. I can't promise I'm always going to be able to on the Discord and read it. But I am going to be more engaged. Everybody that says, how much salary do I actually need? This is my first time considering this question. Is this more about personal ambitions, living within your means, co-location, in relation to COL? That's a great question. I wish I had a thing where I could highlight that. We are not talking about that right now, golden ratio, but that is a really great. Please don't let that go. We did a video on that, by the way. We did an entire video about how much salary you need. Radio Beast, I see a first comment here. Are y'all coding languages here? Yeah. Yes, we are. We have been for a long time. But to be fair, Radio Beast, if you're still there, to answer your question, do we like coding languages? So I consider myself a polyglot. I like coding and I like real languages, spoken languages. But I'm just going to blurt it out. Some people here may already know the answer here. Ed is pronounced ED. This is true. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, lots of good comments in the chat today. Damn, this is going to be very hard for me to resist. Are we using Podman? Yes and no, but not for the boost. And I'm going to talk about, well, actually, we will, but we're not going to use it for the boost. We're going to show you how to use it as a part of the boost. And so there was a question about coding languages. So my current job, I spend most of my job writing Go code and shell code and messing around with Kubernetes and keeping things running. Personally, I think the best possible career in technology is one that straddles the fence between software engineering and development, new stuff usually, and operations, keeping the stuff running. And I have this is part of a whole unit, I guess, that I go through on the Beginner Boost of talking about the best way to get a best tech job. Whether you want, getting a good tech job boils down to balancing stability and excitement, right? And money, right? So to me, I've been doing this a long time, and I've been on both sides of the fence, very extremely so. And my favorite place is right in the middle, where I'm writing software every day, but my software is not part of some big ass release that's going to, be part of the next, big thing. It's not, make or break the company or anything. And I'm not, the day that I was doing the same thing. And when I was at IBM, the day that they changed my title to software engineer, I made was a $30,000 a year raise on that day. I think it was 30 grand. And all they did is change my title. I was doing the same thing. I was still writing the same code, mostly Perl back then. I know, sad, right? But, and by the way, we're porting right now. Right now, we're in the middle of porting a multi-thousand line Perl code base to Go. And I could not be happier. Day-to-day operations, I'm also fighting with people about whether we should use title case or sentence case in our documentation, and whether we should have expanded, menus in our drop-down make docs files and stuff like that, which is super fucking annoying. But yeah, that's just part of the thing, right? So, but the question is, what kind of tech job should I get? That's the underlying question is, so you asked if we were all linguists and coding linguists here, and the short answer is yes, but the longer answer is everybody needs to learn to code. Even with AI coming out, everybody needs to understand how to create an algorithm, how to break down a problem into its steps, because that's a part of business processes and procedures and protocols as much as it is coding. So learning how to think and how to organize your your steps and create solid algorithms. That is relevant to every fucking job. That's why Steve Jobs, like him or hate him, said everybody should learn to code because it teaches you how to think. I don't like that quote, but it's the idea of the quote I agree with, which is we all need to learn maths too, and there again, learning math, learning foreign language, there are many things that teach you how to think, right? It's not just coding, right? There's people who know how to think tremendously well, have no idea how to program, right? So I disagree with that part of that comment. Anyway, so am I a linguist? Do I like code? Is that what we do? Do we get into the things? Do we fight about C++ versus C versus Rust versus Go? A little bit, but we are not. I have a hard time even putting myself in the software and dev category as I just did today, because I don't consider myself a software engineer. I do software engineer things all the time. I had to explain recursive descent and a rooted node tree to my operations team so that we could process our YAML properly in order to make safe replacements in a config file, which includes a text field, which is also itself YAML. So it's YAML within YAML and potentially YAML within that YAML. And I actually successfully wrote an algorithm which I want to commit to the code, to the YAML v3 source code as a code contribution, which I want to talk about for streaming here too, as well, because I need to contribute that code back, but I can't put any of that code that I wrote for work into my thing directly, so I have to rewrite it all, and I do plan to rewrite that on stream. And we are going to be recursing. So a lot of people don't know that YAML comes with just some videos I did on this a little bit earlier that were kind of exploratory, and they weren't. Some people even downloaded me on YouTube. I love when people download you on for a live stream on YouTube. It's like because you get up talking about personal story things and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh fuck this guy, get out of here. Okay, well you learned your lesson. I mean, if it's a video, if it's a live stream video, it's never going to be clean. Okay, just get over it. And I'm going to put that here. Still messy, disorganized, and very live. And that is something that I have debated about very hotly. Code contributions I'm going to actually I'm going to contribute a bunch of stuff to the Cobra code base. I know a couple of you just fainted from shock that I said that. I'm going to contribute my best Bonsai code to the Cobra project. And I'm going to work towards unifying it and using Cobra for everything and deprecating Bonsai. I know. I love Bonsai, but we'll talk about that later. Maybe I'll change my mind on it. I don't know. We'll see. But the ideas of Bonsai, many of them have been adopted by Cobra at this point, and it's time to start, not forking anymore. You're from the UK. I hear streaming your crazy tour story with Sam Fox. Did you hear about that one? Did you really hear that one? Hey, YouTuber, how are you? I thought Steve Jobs was a great man, even though we knew he made billions off the backs of children. Yeah, Elliot, that's fantastic. I know. Yes. Elliot, that's a perfect quote from Elliot. Yeah. Steve Jobs is kind of, we could argue about him all day. I have his bio. Did the beginner boost end up kind of incomplete? The beginner boost has never once been finished. So, and the reason for that is because it's always been, it's a combination of reasons. I don't regret it, by the way. I don't regret it. It's always been free, right? And I've always told people from the very first day, there's no guarantees here, people. If you were paying me $800 a semester, I still wouldn't tell you that you would be guaranteed to get through the content in a certain amount of time, because it depends on you, right? This makes so many people uncomfortable. It makes them very angry sometimes. And he would have something to publish to me. No, I wouldn't. No, Jalopy. No, strong disagree. Strong disagree there. The real gems are on Rob's YouTube channel. There are a number of, I have done a number of like little teeny tiny, question and answer sessions on YouTube. Yeah. So, okay, why the hell am I even doing this? So let's do this. Didn't you say you weren't streaming anymore? And I just need to. I did. I said I wasn't going to stream anymore because it takes so much of my time. My wife is in the other room right now cooking dinner. I could be in there talking with her tonight. Instead, I'm talking to you. All right. And over the last several months, I've gotten very used to just sitting in the kitchen and shooting the shit with my wife when she's here. Now, she's also very busy, so she doesn't get home till about 9 o'clock or so. And today she's off, so I'm burning up time. And Sundays, I think it's either Saturday or Sunday. I don't know. I don't remember which day, but whatever the day is that she has to work on the weekend. So that's what's going down. Honestly, having taken off so much time for myself, I'm starting to feel like, what the hell am I doing with my life again? And I'm going to put it out there. I had a heart to heart with LTN Bob. LTN stands for Love Thy Neighbor, by the way. And, about 3 weeks ago, I'm going to give him credit. He's not here, but, and, Gabe is here. When people like Gabe, who helped me get, wholesale Garmin gear because he now works at Garmin, because he's walked into a job because of the mentoring that I very proudly can say I helped him get from a very young age when I started SkillStack in 2013. When I remember back on that part of my life, particularly running SkillStack in a building, which is still, if I could make that happen again and I could drop my job today, I would do it. I would do it in a fucking heartbeat. If I could start SkillStack again and make a sustainable income at the same amount of money, and there's probably somebody from work watching this. I don't care. I would tell them straight to their face. I would quit my job that day, and I would do it. If I had an angel investor find me through the chat, and speaking of investment, I want to talk about this. This is actually something I just talked about. GitHub sponsorships. Don't let me forget about this. I need to talk about this. Is actually one of the reasons that I've been thinking about this again, because I'll just spit it out. So just today, I went in to go cash out on my GitHub. I haven't had my tax information in there for the last 3 years, so it was a big ass check that I'm getting from GitHub. Thank you to everybody who has been sponsoring me. It's tax season, so I thought, well, I should probably report this to the tax people, and I had never really had the W-9 in there, and I went through and they did it all, and so they're cutting me the check for a lot, okay? And then I started to poke through all of my GitHub. I know I'm all over the place. I was poking through the sponsors, and I was looking at them, and I've seen sponsors fall off over the last year as I fell off, as I stopped doing things. And I've seen some of the comments that people put in the sponsorship. So the answer to the question, why am I streaming again, is because I've been so obsessed with cycling, and I'm getting my health back. I'm down to 79 kilos. I'm on my way, and I'm going to be doing, the races coming up, and I need to take some time for myself, and blah, blah, blah. And recently somebody brought up Rust again, and I told him about Chris Nova and the loss of Chris Nova, who died from a climbing accident last year, even though they were a very active streamer helping people with their knowledge. And then I started remembering all the streamers, and then I remembered this conversation I had with LTN Bob. He was like, dude, you've got a natural, he's a Christian, so he used the words calling to do this. And I'm like, and then I've also been kind of struggling with, what the fuck am I doing with my life? I really love my job. I have a great job, but it's, at the end of the day, it's still kind of mundane, And if you knew that, please don't say, but if you knew the company I worked for, we are legitimately adding value to the world that everybody on the planet is benefiting from in ways that are really substantial. And that's a little bit removed from the feeling of I'm doing something with my life. And there's some people who are totally perfectly fine not doing anything with their life and contributing anything and taking advantage of as many people as they can for as much money as they can, and they have no problem. I can't do that, and it's probably because of my Mormon programming. I have to be doing service and all this stuff, but I have spent enough time with myself now to realize that whether it came from the Mormon programming or not, it's a part of who I am. I am good. My superpower, and we talk about finding out what your superpower is. my superpower is breaking complex things down into their most simplistic way and communicating them to help other people discover them for themselves. I'm kind of like a tech guide. I've been a river guide, I've been a mountain bike guide, and I've been a cruise director. Um, my intermediariness is my superpower. I am a communicator. Um, I was going off today about people not using, good English in our documentation, and a peer of mine said not everybody has even minimal technical writing skills. Technical writing is a skill and it has to be developed. And I kind of remembered in that moment, despite how lazy I am in my Zettelcast and other places like that, I'm a pretty damn good writer. But more importantly, I'm a pretty damn good communicator when I have my teeth and I talk slowly and I have a point and I can organize my thoughts. When I'm just chatting like this, I'm not very well organized, but that's because I have so many cross pathways that compete for attention. And that actually is really good when it comes to synthesizing ideas. You can see I'm able to see like relationship between A and B where nobody would see that relationship. I see it all the time. And I regularly help people have aha moments, whether it's at work, which recently I suggested Redis as a caching engine. And like, oh my God, that's like such a great idea. I'm like, yeah, you know, because it's sort of being connected, and so the streaming is a part of that. Okay, so the streaming part of who I am is meeting everybody at the crossroads as best I can, kind of like when I started SkillStack, and helping them. Hey, did you know about this person over here? Hey, did you know about this person over here? And this is actually one of the things that my wife and I share very strongly in common. And it's one of the reasons that I think we love each other so much. We're very opinionated, bullheaded people, but we are both space makers or facilitators or communicators or, you know, common sense kind of people. And I make plenty of mistakes, but I'm very open about it. So, and I didn't say all of that to flex or brag or anything. I'm just when you do this kind of thing, when you try to figure out who you are. So the answer is, why am I streaming now? Is um I think I was born to be a communicator and a mentor. I fucking hate the term mentor and teacher. I like the term guide. I like being the term guide. So, and that means asking when you can't guide somebody unless you know where they want to go. Right? You can teach people without knowing anything. You can mentor them even, but you can't guide somebody unless you know where they want to go. And I'm awesome at that. So I will take somebody and say, okay, where do you want to go? Where do you want to be? I don't know. I was like, okay, well, let me show you what you can do. Here's all the things. And then they figure it out. And I go, okay, well, let's help you get to that spot. And sometimes we go down a path that I don't know how to get through, like assembly. Gabe, you still there? He taught himself assembly at SkillStack. And all I did, and he also taught himself, by the way, 3D modeling with SolidWorks. And all I did is write the checks. I said, okay, here, I'll buy you SolidWorks. Now you go do it. And I was a guide and a facilitator, and I was a helper. And he did all the learning. He did all the learning. I mean, he learned shit that I could never even dream of learning. A roadmap, yeah. Speaking of a guide, would you be suggest in terms of pathway of going to network engineering, associate's degree, bachelor's, etc.? My connection there would be to ask Bob. I really mean that. So Bob, LTN Bob, if he ever actually comes on stream. And by the way, he's so close. I got to have him as a guest on here quite a bit. We need to do some guest streams together. And I don't know how I'm going to make that happen, but I want to make that happen. I want to have a guest stream where I can put Bob in here, and I can just pepper him with questions and ask him. LTN Bob, LTN _BOB. And Tanis, HET_TANIS, two other people. So Bob actually teaches network engineering. He's Cisco Network certified, and he teaches Cisco Network certifications at the community college. That's his core skill. And he could talk to you more about that. I consider becoming a network engineer for a very long time, mostly because of the stability. But there's a certain element of boredom with network engineering. I think systems administration operations, which involves a certain amount of networking, is fun. But yeah, um, is it online classes? No. Yeah. Hey, Tomato, how you doing? Good to see you. Um, I asked, but Fortinet suggested Network Plus, the CCNA certification for networking. Yeah. Um, I have mixed feelings about any of that stuff. I've actually been asked to contribute to their docs several times. I was asked to be on the technical review board for, um, I can't remember which one was it, but you know, the it was, I think it wasn't Network Plus and it wasn't CCNA. It was one of the Plus books. And I've been on the technical facilitator boards for uh, two different community colleges in the area, and the um, a junior high in the area that was actually the first. Obama visited. They were the first, one of the first um, schools in the nation to do one-to-one computer deployment for the students. And he actually visited the school I helped to mentor with. So I really am into education, but not traditional education. So that's why I started my own company, because I was like, I'm done with how people are teaching. It's totally bullshit. Um, the biggest problem with education today, in a nutshell, is it doesn't put us enough responsibility, and it doesn't give enough air and oxygen to the people doing the learning. And so their interest in learning shorts out and suffocates and dies. LTN underscore Bob, that is him. I don't know how much he's going to stream, though, now. He's got a very young child, and he's got a job that he has to drive 2.5 hours to every way, both ways. So one of the answers to the question, why am I streaming, is because people like Bob, I could actually have him come here and we could do a stream together, and I could cover all the bases for him, and we could just, drink coffee and talk about, coding and hacking and tech skills and stuff like that. I don't know if that's, I'm probably exaggerating the time there. It feels, I think it's at least an hour and a half drive for him. So I don't know. He rented a van to come up and get all my stuff, and I put that on his Instagram and stuff. There's a lot of other really great Twitch streamers. Another reason that I do want to start streaming more is I've actually had, I know a lot of you watching this aren't going to believe this, but I've actually had incredibly positive experiences meeting other streamers, and that includes software and tech. It includes operations people like Hatanis. It includes Tony Fa, who hasn't streamed but still, and it includes DJs, people that are in the music community. It includes, unfortunately, it doesn't include anybody in pools and hot tubs so far. It does a lot of IRL streamers, a lot of bike streamers. I was actually getting really positive advice and feedback during his Zwift ride with the Canadian national cycling champion who just won the championship. So I truly believe in the idea of community building through streaming this in this way. And I very legitimately believe in real friendships and community through this technique. I knocked these teeth out live on stream. Somebody can post a clip if they want. And I'm going to get a little verklempt. I might get all, but my stream was with me while I was in the hospital. And they kept me from going into shock. God damn it. So the people that are here are not fucking fake. And, I fight with dialogues in my own head. No one's saying this about whether these people are real, whether they would actually come get you, And then I have the proof right there. I am reading the chat while I was knocked out, unconscious on the ground, bleeding out, while the paramedics came. And the chat is, oh my God, where is he? Does anybody have his phone number? Where is it? Can we go find him? So even though you might not have all been in my backyard, those people that were there, they cared and they wanted to come help me. That's real. That's real. I don't care. And yeah, there's going to be the crazy psychos out there. They're going to stalk you, and there's going to be, depending on what you're interested in, there's going to be people going to swat you, and there's, that thing that hasn't happened to me, thank God. But at the end of the day, these communities are real, and I believe in that. I do. I believe in that. Not to a religious degree, but I do believe in promoting community. And whether it's good for the world or not, I want to do it. It's something that I want to do because internally I really believe in it and I really benefited from it firsthand. And had to do in 3D Prima. Um, Now, to be fair, I have done some really horrible shit publicly, very publicly on stream. And I don't know how, if it'll ever, ever, ever happen. Um, but, I would, this is going to sound really stupid, and I don't think he would ever go for it. But if I ever actually met the Primagian in person, I would actually want to give him a hug and say, dude, I am so fucking sorry. Because I was just so messed up. He and I had a huge dramatic falling out the first year that I streamed. And I didn't handle it well. And I don't think he handled it well either. And it's so far in the past now that I look back at it and I go, what the hell was I thinking? And the only thing I can think about is how much time and effort he puts into his stream. I might not like his style. There might be things that I strongly disagree with and that we would argue about, but the amount of time and dedication that he puts into putting content out there onto the internet, all by itself, I appreciate that more than I ever have before. And so I feel absolutely stupid for even having any kind of dramatic rift with the dude. And that is really the only person that I've had, that kind of disagreement with, and that caused everybody in all of the tech streams to take sides, and several people blocked me, and it became a huge thing. It's like, are you a pro Rob person or a pro Prime person? And I mean that was literally 3 years ago. And it's in my Twitter. The best news I've gotten all year. Yeah. People do want the drama. People are influenced from the internet, have influenced my life more than once. Yeah, absolutely. That me too. To the streamer to get him in here. Oh, Prime. No, I'd be so embarrassed. I really mean it though. This is not some sort of fucking, I don't know. I don't want anybody to misinterpret what I'm saying right now, because some people think I'm just saying this to grandstand and get his followers back or some shit. There are so many, misattributed agendas that people put on why people stream, and it's kind of sad that some people do stream drama and made up drama and all kinds of stuff like that because they want to push up the views. That's not why I'm doing it. Okay, I'm doing it because I am older and wiser, and I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna do shit that's really, really stupid. I would put, by the way, I never called Prime out by name. I said, I'm so grateful for my community, and I made fun of his community, his stuff, because I did think it was kind of funny. And somebody told him that I was saying bad things about him, and I never put his name in there. And then he roasted the shit out of me very publicly with his whole audience. And that is where I got really, really hurt, because he came straight out and attacked me openly. And then it became a huge thing, who attacked who. And then at this point, it's like, who cares? Let's just stop the bleeding. Let's just move on. You have a different style from me. You have more teeth than I do. You're younger than me, so, I wrote Prime last year, and I lurk here once in a blue moon. Yeah. So, look, please don't. I don't even know why. It's retrospective. I actually kind of regret that I even mentioned it now, because I am trying to forget about it. I'm trying to. So many people have already forgotten about it. Like, why are you bringing this up again, dude? And we were kind of doing a retrospective about the value of streaming and community, even when you have disagreements with people, etc. And so that's where this came from. Okay, this came from an authentic place in me of regret and wanting to patch it up. Does it mean I was right or wrong? I really don't give a shit at this point. I just want people to have positive experiences in a live stream with a variety of different types of personalities, and that's the way it should always have been. And frankly, I should I don't. So I never ever want to say things about people, specifically people, that can be taken as, personal attacks. I can disagree with you and think that you're, as we said before, I think you're a moron for doing that. It doesn't mean that I really think you're a moron. And I've always said this, I've said this for the last 3 years. I have to change the way I talk about things so that people don't think that I really think you're a moron. You know, that's just a rhetorical way of talking about it that gets misinterpreted a lot. So anyway, definitely I have more teeth than you. There you go. You are totally the best. I overreached. What does that mean? Pickles route. What does overreaching mean? Did I overreach just now? Anyway, so by that I get that you assume that you did not get your teeth fixed. Nope, I did not. We did a whole thing on the teeth thing. I have the option $12,000, $10,000, or $4,500. $4,500 for a denture. 10 or 11,000, I can't remember, for, it's actually right here. For a bridge where they grind down both of the side teeth and they take it all out. And then another one, and the plugs. To do the plugs, it's going to take a year of surgery and healing because they have to give me 2 different bone grafts in order to do the plugs. So I'm probably just going to get the denture because I don't have to have any bone grafts that way. I know you're here. Why am I here? Is for beginner boost, right? So, yeah, the denture I have to take out every night and stuff like that. Do them abroad for way less. You know what? That's interesting. Now, this is supposed to be covered by insurance. This is also supposed to be covered by the woman's insurance who claimed 100% liability. Search for shit technology. Biotech can grow. You think so? 2 pieces of bread placed between her eat a sandwich. Rob can't read either. What did I read? Did I read wrong? Let's see. Overreacted. Oh, instead of overreached. I see that now. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Full dentures suck. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. It's just a partial though, right? It would just be a front partial. And he also said I don't have to wear it all the time. He said you can just wear it sometime to keep your teeth, spread apart, but you don't have to wear it all the time. So I don't know. We can talk about that. You missed the tangent. I have a million tangents. Robiot, is it go for the example of Tucson, Arizona, get fixed in Nogales, Mexico? Really? I used to live in Tucson. Mm-hmm. I went to Nogales on family vacation all the time. You don't have to wear it at all. Yeah. Well, there you go. So, anyway, I think I hit the base really quick. We're going to be streaming more. So for people like Jalopy, so I have not returned my modems yet. I'm still paying the $200. I have 10 days to make the decision about whether I want to do IRL streaming again or not. And I'm going to hold out for another 3 days of outdoor cycling by myself to decide if I just want to put a ultralight, streaming rig on with just 2 modems that fits on my, super fast bike. I busted every PR I've ever set yesterday on my new carbon bike. Oh my God, it's so much fun. But after yesterday, my initial impression is that I could definitely stream that stuff. But I'm still torn on it. I'm really torn on it. So you're in Turkey. It's cheap, especially. Oh, I know. I thought about doing that. If I were gonna do the thing that I do miss is I miss having our sunset conversations. I actually really miss that. I don't particularly miss having people in my ear while I'm, pushing up a hill or something like that, or about to get my teeth knocked out. And I definitely don't like wearing a camera. It's not fun. Wearing a camera is not fun. It's a sweaty mess, and you got to deal with it and everything. And just, setting up the stream in general is kind of a hard deal. And Terry Bernstein is doing a lot of cycling streams lately, so he would probably be much more fun to watch than me. And I don't know if it's going to be worth it. Oh my God, they totally do, Gabe. You have no idea. Dude, it's like, yeah, it's so much better than the other pedals I had. Yeah. The fact that I have like an 8.5 kilo bike too, which I have my other bike's like 16, 17 kilos. Um, I did. I made headway on the rig and testing. I still haven't got my orange pie too. That's another factor, Jalopy. Okay, so if I look, I have so another thing I found out. So today I'm still getting $210 a month from GitHub. Okay. So that actually made me a little happier today because that's paying for the live streaming costs. And my I know I've said before I'm not really into following the money and everything, but I also don't want to waste $2,200 a year for something I'm not using, right? Um, so happy, 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 happy. I know. I went through so much work to set up the IRL stream and the emojis and all of that stuff that I do. I'm struggling with that. So the first question is if I'm going to stream it. Look, my I'm really 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 afraid to get sucked into streaming so much that my health goes bad, and that my family does not have the attention that I would want to do that with even the really casual stuff like just sitting in the same room with them while they're making dinner. Um, I don't want to lose that. I really 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 don't want to lose that. Um, and I know it's about balance and everything and blah 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 blah. But and I also don't want to feel tied down to the stream. And that's one of the biggest challenges I have with the beginner boost is every I after it goes on for a while, I start to dread it. I know that it's coming on this time on this day, and I know I at least give a little bit of thought about what we're going to cover. And it's like work on top of work, and I'm like, why the hell am I doing this? I don't even have to do this. And I've always said, if it's not fun, don't do it, and then don't. Yeah. Any doubts at all, then don't do it. Yeah. I have, and then you got me thinking about this too because the IRL streaming stuff, I don't think it's as interesting. I think it could be covered by just IRL videos in 4K, which I think I probably will continue to do. Um, and I could still do the sunset after the ride is over, and maybe bring the rig with me to the sunset, and then I could just I could probably stream that straight from my phone because there's a tower literally like right behind me, right? Um, with the sites that I stopped and looked at, not just the regular thing. Yeah, I agree. And the sunset. People like the sunset, right? You're only here for the DevOps stuff. And hi, Life Coding. Good to see you again. Most people are only here for that. And I played around with splitting the content of the stream. Live Coding, can I ask you, since you're here, I know you're usually here for the coding thing. On a scale of 1 to 10, how annoying is it to realize that I'm just streaming Zwift, just chatting, Overwatch, or biking versus tech stuff? Do you know what I mean? Anybody else want to answer the question too? Um, I do not think that the annoyance to my community is high enough to warrant a separate channel, which I tried. I tried a separate channel and that just did not work. It doesn't matter to you at all? Okay. So you're able to filter out the content, right? On YouTube, we get people complain on occasion, where's all the tech stuff? And they will put, they'll trash my IRL videos because they're in the same channel, right? You don't think they're the same channel. The same channel killed my streaming because I started trying to stream to the other channel and then it was too big a hassle and I was like, fuck it, I'm not doing anything. So I think having a single channel is the way to go. My wife is fond of reminding me that the main reason people tune in to see me above every other thing is my tech stuff. Above every other thing, that's the main interest. And that would be confirmed by the amount of money that's coming in from GitHub and by the number of viewers who come to me when I start doing tech topics or even talking about doing tech topics. They are overwhelmingly interested in that above any of my personal life stuff. And that's fine. That's fine. I mean, it's so funny. Zwift on a good day, Zwift has maybe 14 people in the entire category. There are national champions in there and Olympians and not Olympians, like professionals at every level. People that you would like. It's like talking to your favorite sports hero, right? Ever, right? And they're in there zwifting around on YouTube or on Twitch, and there's maybe 10 people in there. And my wife said, Twitch is just not the place for them, and she's right. But the idea that I can sit in there and shoot the shit with like a national champion, it just blows my mind. I'm like, why the hell is there not like 500,000 people here? Meanwhile, a hitchhiker who's trying to get to the streamer conference, Hitch, has got like 5,000 people watching him. Or a weeaboo in Japan, Rob CD, who I love, 6,000 people watching him buy ice cream. So, to each his own. I am not going to judge that. That was not a criticism. That was just an observation. Okay. Gabe comes here because of my own way of talking to you. It's funny you said that. My coworker knows I stream, right? And back when I was streaming a lot, they would want to get a hold of me while I was doing something else because I work 24/7. I sleep twice a day still these days, and I get a lot of my actual coding time done in the middle of the night when everybody's asleep. And so during the day, sometimes I would stream because I know I can find you on the stream. So he'll come on the stream and he'll say, "Hey, I got a question," and he'll let me know, give me a question. But now, since then, I put Slack on my phone, so work time Slack on my phone, which is kind of cool. I should talk about that. So I'm always available for work, no matter where I am. I did that because of the bike touring thing. I wanted to constantly be available to people, even if I was, stuck on the road somewhere. You're here for the long rants on RM-RF. That was a pretty good one, though, huh? That was a fun one. I wonder why there are no 50,000 people here when you do your tech stuff. By the way, it's funny because the first year I did it, I'll never forget this very kind comment from a very informed professional who said, and I won't say who, but they said, "I hope everybody realizes that this content is worth $100 an hour." And I mean, it wasn't wrong. I was teaching the same content that I was charging $75 an hour for more than 8 years for one-on-one mentoring. And was it as clean? No. Was it as good? No, because it wasn't customized for the exact person I'm talking to, but it was largely, it's largely the same thing. And so it does have value. And that, again, the idea why I stream, right? So adding value. So speaking of value, there's another thing that I can definitely add. There are so many people who do not know how to get started coding Go properly. And I don't know when the Go Beginner Boost will be, but we need to have one. Okay. So I also, at one point, I was going to make the Beginner Boost just about Unix. I'm now going to make it about Linux specifically. And we are not going to fight about my choices. I'm just going to tell you why I chose the way I did and say, look, there are other choices. Go research them and make your own decision. As I would if I was mentoring you in person. If I'm mentoring you in person, you are in charge of the learning. I want everybody to know this, and I'm going to say this on the Beginner Boost on day one. I am not your teacher. You are in control. There's nothing that says I can't force you to do anything. You can learn whatever the hell you want, however you want to. Now, you might come back and say, God, I should have listened to you. I would have saved so much time. I don't know how many times I've heard that. But I am going to tell you why I do a thing, and then I'm going to do the thing. And if you want to debate with me about why this other thing isn't as good, we can spend some time on that. But the primary thing is I'm not going to say just do. I want you to understand it, but I want you to come to the conclusion yourself. Okay. And that includes tiny little things like using sentence case versus mixed case for titles. Why to use Zettelkasten? Whether you should use email, how to navigate your desktop environment. People still use stupid menus when they could just use a search-centric approach. It would be so much better. So these are all. The point is, you are still in control, but I'm going to do it my way. And every year we haven't finished the Beginner Boost because I spend too much time talking. There's a surprise. Hot Tub Stream 24, not unless somebody will do it with me. AWS being used and then being canceled. And AWS disallowing you to unuse the service. I've never used AWS. I won't be using it for anything. It's funny, we just talked about that. There was just a huge dialogue at work about on-prem. Now, without giving away any details, proprietary details, our rather large multinational corporation has, please don't say if you know where I work. It's very important to me that you don't do that. You put my job in jeopardy if you do. And um, they, the corporate direction was, oh, we're going to go to GCP. And so everybody's on GCP. And we run an internal AI support infrastructure that does these massive jobs and as batch jobs using PBS and Kubernetes to trigger them. And I've been instrumental in writing the core API that kicks off those jobs in Go with my peer. He and I are the principals on the development of that project. And it's probably the most important API in the company, and I'm super proud of it. And it continues to grow, and we're migrating a bunch of legacy code over to the new API. So there's a single point. It's just super fucking awesome code. And the reason I'm talking about it is because in the process, all of these people that thought they were going to run these big, heavy AI jobs that are super expensive on the cloud costs are now running back to on-prem, and they're like coming back, and they're like, we need to do it here. And now they're buying more V100s. I mean, they're buying all kinds of like extra processing power to handle it in-house. And yet again, the pendulum swings, right? In-house, I've been alive long enough to see architectural swings, and it always goes centralized, decentralized, centralized, decentralized, in-house, out-of-house, services, not in services. And right now, the pendulum is very solidly swinging back to in-house because AI is driving that. And the cloud providers cannot, in my estimation, keep up with the cost models that are necessary to process the amount of AI and the size of the models that these people want to do. We have people that are regularly storing like 9, 10, 12 gigabyte container images in our Harbor registry internally. That would never fly on GCP or something like that, where you got smaller pipes and everything. So the bottom line is, I think we're going to see a decline in AWS. And some of the cloud hosting services, particularly for the larger companies that have the money to be competitive and to host their own systems internally. And that conclusion is something that I have always known, that whether or not we're on that side of the pendulum or the other, that as a technologist, you need to be prepared for both of them, right? So we're going through a massive migration to Ansible from Chef, which I'm super happy to be going through. We're going to be doing a lot of Ansible here. Python is a first-class citizen back in my language queue. I don't use it all the time, but just for Ansible, even though Ansible's not Python, Python, Linux, Shell, Bash, Go, and Python, and obviously Web. Those are the only languages anybody needs to learn if they want to be very, very well employed, 6-figure plus salaries. So that's what the boost is going to be focused on. You could have waited and gotten it for free. Gabe, yeah, you could have waited and got it for free. Gabe probably paid me tens of thousands of dollars at some point. I mean, how many years were you here? You were here probably 8 years, at least $1,000 a year. So I would say probably 8 to 10,000. Yeah, I got probably 8 to 10,000 of Gabe's mom's money. Now, to be fair, I paid you, right? You came back and worked for me, and so you probably, most of those years you didn't pay a dime because I paid you back because you were TTA the whole time. Work at a big conspiracy site got canceled using AWS. Oh, damn. I'm going to debate with you. What's better, Raspberry Pi or EOL, Jetson Nano? Ooh. Jalabi, I want to try the Orange Pi, and I haven't got it to try yet, and then we can have some fun on that. Twitter algorithm training models using Twitter data. Nope. Oh, Camel. Sorry, friend. We need to have another discussion on the Twitter algorithm and training models. No. Oh, Camel looks interesting. Yeah, Camel's cool, but not relevant. Works for a company that pays his bills. That's where it works. Yes. Cloud is expensive. People writing cloud writing parsers. Yes. It's the only thing in recent overhaul. Camel books. Yeah. Camel's great. Yeah, Camel's cool. There's a ton of Erlang is one that I still want to learn. There's a lot of languages that I want to learn that are cool, but do I want to learn them enough to keep me from going for my bike ride for the day and staying healthy? No. Do I want to learn them enough to screw around with them instead of like contributing a recursive descent parser algorithm to the core YAML project for Go? No, I would rather do that. So yeah, we got our own, time thing. Larger companies have the option. It's cheaper, but it's overhead crazy. Yeah. Shep is a bit tricky at scale. Yes, it is. Do you know anyone with a 8100 station? GG? Nope, don't. PowerShell. PowerShell is actually important. I think you need to learn it. I don't use it, but it's important. Particularly for hackers. Hackers need to know PowerShell for sure. It's actually required for the OSCP now. It wasn't before. Reason ML looks interesting. Yes, it does. Pour some sugar on me. Is that developer? It is developer. You ever going to do embedded kit? No, I gave them all away. Gabe, I did. I was going to do embedded kit on stream. You'd probably love that. Boy, you would laugh. Oh my God, you would laugh. As of this moment, I have no plans to do fun tech stuff on stream. The most things that I'll do is I'll continue to clean up my dot files and maybe make a Twitch interface up here and there. No C-boosts. I'm not qualified to give a C-boost. There are so many people. The C introduction I did was based on a book, and all I did was what was in the book. And everybody was here. Everybody was here when we did the C stuff over Christmas. I still think you should learn C, and you should probably, if you're a regular, you should probably remind yourself what C does every year. But I don't know. Clean up dot files. So yeah, you're gonna be eating good tonight. Yeah. So, I mean, let's talk about the hours here, okay? So, total weekly hours. Okay. So, I would rather do, 1 90-minute boost a week. This is what killed the boost last time because we didn't have time. The boost before that was too much, and I burned out. The boost before that was way too much. I did 3 hours, 3 days a week during the summer and thought we were going to get the whole boost done while everybody was off for the summer. That was the idea, right? I can't read a Go manual. The Go manual sucks. There's no good book on Go yet. Still not. I haven't checked in within the last 2 months, but last time I checked, there was no good beginner Go book. Period. 24 streaming. I used to do 24/7 streaming. I did. Did I get yelled at for that. Kubernetes manual is fucking horrible. Yeah. I know. Tony Fopper, apologizes for them all the time. Oh, really? Yeah, that would be fun. The reason that I don't cover C is because I don't think a core knowledge of C is going to get you a job. Do I think it's essential and you should learn it as a technologist? Hell yeah. Is it going to get you a job? No. Headfirst books are awesome. Headfirst books are my favorite style because they're based on neurological science. They're silly on purpose to make you remember it, and it works. And in fact, I've used that technique without knowing what it was at SkillStack for several years, doing silly things like coding the Bridgekeeper scene from Monty Python in Python because it's stuck. And I've had people that I mentored, Wit comes to mind, Gabe, who came up to me after the fact and said, the way you organize your little mini lessons and had these sort of memes that went with them made it stick in my head better than anything I've ever learned any other way. And they were tiny. They were just little, and we're probably going to do that for Go. So it's kind of ironic because I've thought about doing Go and Python at the same time. I've started a book a million times. I got all the stuff out here somewhere. It's called Polyglot Programming. And it was learning JavaScript, Go, and Python at the same time. At one point, it was C, Python, and JavaScript at the same time. And I don't know. Yeah. Introduction to Go just cuts all the crap out. It does. The biggest problem is that the Go stuff doesn't. I actually have. If you want to know, here I'll just send it to you. I haven't updated in a while, but I have a thing about Go. It's called Awesome Go. It's my Awesome Go list. It does talk about bonsai. I would take that out because I don't think you should learn bonsai anymore. I made bonsai, and I still don't think you should learn it now. I think you should learn Cobra instead. There, I said it. I've given in. I fought the good fight. Those of you who've been following me know how many hours I put into bonsai's development, and I'm very, very happy to say that Cobra has been retooled to use many of the things that came from bonsai. And I don't know. I want to believe that I may have put a little bit of pressure on the project to do that. I hope they did. Maybe not. So, what's Cobra? Cobra. This is the reason I mentioned is because you know, it's one thing to know how to code Go. It's another thing to make a tool that somebody needs in Go. Learning how to program is completely useless if you don't know how to make shit people want. Yeah, I'm supposed to not be swearing as much too, so that's my one swear word for a while. And so when having a core knowledge of C won't get you a job. The 4 embedded devs. No, you know what? That's not. You know what? You're right, Gabe. You got me. You got me. I mean, you've been getting embedded jobs. The crazy thing is you got that embedded job when you were coding Python for that job, though. You got that job because you knew Python. Do you remember the first one you got? Gabe got a Python job at 16, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they actually gave him an intern. I love saying that. Oh my god, it was so funny. Even embedded, things moving to C++. Yeah. So, it was so funny. I'll never forget because at that point, Gabe's mentoring sessions became he would come to me with stuff from work and challenges he was facing, and I was like, okay, let's work through that together. So, and actually, Gabe, when you left, the manager of that project called me direct. I don't think I ever told you this. The manager of your project called me directly. Goes, "Do you have anybody else?" And I was like, "No, I don't got anybody right now." He was like, he was so sad. He was so sad. It's like I gotta find another person. I gotta find another, worker bee. You still need to have good knowledge of C. You absolutely do. 80% C, 20%. Yeah. And a few Linux system level C programmers, yes. Look, so where is this statement about jobs coming from? This is a unit in the Skill Stack Beginner Boost where we talk about what tech jobs. It's usually on the first day, so kind of a spoiler alert. We do talk about this, but if you go out, if you're American, you can go out to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, and basically you should be going here all the time. Whatever you think about big government, this particular agency has done a really good job assessing employment. So, all those employment numbers that get cited all the time, yeah, they are the ones who do it. And, politicians come and go, but these agencies have been around a long time and they've been doing some really great stuff. And one of the things that they do here is they tell you what the job market is like. And it's actually more interesting to track it from year to year and see how it changes. They don't have anything that shows you how it changed from year to year. It's too bad. But you can look to see the percentages as they change. And I actually found out about this because Code.org and a bunch of other educational sites regularly will cite the statistics from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And this is actually, as I said, is part of a unit about how to tell what tech jobs to get, what are there out there, and without combing through a bunch of Indeed job postings or LinkedIn or whatever you're going to do. It is a skill to know what people are hiring for. And right now that skill would include adapting to AI's implications for development and what that's going to mean and all that. And I make the comparison all the time to surfing. I pride myself on seeing the wave coming and either myself or helping others know when to start paddling really hard and catch it. So in 2013, 2014, I started paddling really hard on Go, and I am fucking riding that wave, baby. I mean, I could make double my salary right now for a bank in Charlotte, and I say that, I know that sounds like I have a lot of hubris. That is mostly just factual. In fact, we are moving to Charlotte. That's another piece of news there. My wife and I, we don't know when or where, but we know we have to move to Charlotte before August. So that move is happening this year on a personal level. And at the time, I mean, I really, really, as I've said before, when you find a really good team, hold on to that team. A really good team can be worth almost $80,000 to $90,000 worth of trouble. Yeah, I mean, anybody that's out there, some of you, if you want to share your knowledge, share if you believe in this or you don't. Anybody that's been around the block on this development, in tech, will tell you that there's so many people that are my age in particular that they won't touch a Silicon Valley company and there's the people that want the adventure of a Silicon Valley company and people like-minded, ambitious people who, are trying to get rich quick and all this other shit. But at the end of the day, having a team that you really jive with, no matter what your values are, is extremely valuable to the tune of 30 to 40 to 50, $60,000, in my opinion. So it's not like on the team that I'm on right now, other than a few simple things recently, has been the most amazing, quality driven, exceptionally complimentary, challenging team that I could ever dream of working with. It's like kind of like a dream team, and I absolutely love it. I'm porting Perl code to Go, which are two of my favorite languages of all time, and so I'm in a very, very happy place. But I know that if I were to go down and work for any one of these banks, doing Java to Go porting or creating APIs like the one I'm making right now or the one I made for IBM, I know that I could double my salary easily. And I'm making pretty good money now. So knowing what the outlook is for jobs gives you a sense of confidence. It gives you a sense of freedom, frankly, because just like a construction worker, as long as there are houses to be built, you just have to go where those places are that are building houses. Your tools are going to work no matter where you go. And you're not dependent on seniority or, who you've schmoozed or whatever. And has it been 3 hours already? Please tell me it hasn't been 3 hours. Has it been already 3 hours? If so, I'm going to take a break. Okay, 1.5 hours. 90 minutes. Thank you. Personally, a team that values you is really worth something, not really its location. Absolutely, no matter where it is. Yes, it is close to 2. Okay, so we got one more hour. I am gonna take a little break, so you guys can go ahead and listen to some music. I'm gonna walk around, but go ahead and look around at the Bureau of Labor Statistics and look at some of the statistics out here. And I regularly look at these statistics to see where I want to take the boost that year. So when I come back, I think we'll do a little of that because I personally want to explore AI in my own, like, does knowing how to make an AI model fit into a career that I want to do, right? And it definitely fits into a lot of other people's careers. And there's going to be people on the boost this year above all. It started last year, but this year in particular, people are going to be asking the question, should I learn AI? And this is why we do a boost every year, right? So the amount of people that are getting jobs in AI, coding it, maintaining it, operations, stuff like that, those jobs are significant. And it just so happens that I am dead center in the middle of one of the, according to my former manager, the amount of computer processing that happens at the company that I work for right now, if it was public, would put us as number 5 in the world in terms of MIPS. So, and almost all of that computing power is on distributed systems with very little mainframe, and it's almost all of it is to support machine learning. So the conversation about how does machine learning work into my beginner, I just want a job plan, really matters. So when we come back from the break, we're going to go ahead and talk about that. So go ahead and can listen to some Mr. Robot music while you wait. But go ahead and I'm just going to leave this up here. I guess I'll put the chat on the screen for the YouTubers or whoever is just watching. I'm going to be back in about 10 minutes. Okay? God, thirsty housewife. That's so funny. Has he done any shouting yet on his stream? Oh, I will. It's inevitable. Um, that's why I have to end like before 3 hours passes because the chances of me shouting within 3 hours are low. How about hey, Wow, Clutch, how you doing? I'm gonna be back on doing the bike thing after this. We're gonna be here for another hour, starting now. So, um, ish. So something like 3:07, and then I'm gonna end. I'm gonna hop on the bike and just do a nice happy recovery ride. I don't know what I'm gonna knock out. I mentioned that because Wow's Clutch is one of my favorite Zwift streamers as well. Mm. I said I wasn't going to drink any more alcohol, but then there was Pinot Grigio to go with the risotto that my wife just made and roasted vegetables. Oh my God. I'm married to like the best woman ever. And it's not because she can cook, it's because she's like all progressive and everything, but she like chooses to eat like really well. And then she complains. So she raised kids that are like food snobs. The true story. She raised kids that are food snobs. And I have very, very little standards when it comes to what I can eat and what I will eat. I'm kind of like the sucker fish of the family, and I don't want food to go to waste because I was raised in a family with 8 kids and we didn't waste anything. But when my wife will like throw a fantastic meal like this together in like half an hour, and then she'll apologize the whole time. It's like a Mormon or something. She's not though, right at all. But she'll be like, yeah, I'm God's supposed. I totally am. I'm the guy that will eat a hot dog because it's uncooked and raw because I'm too lazy to put it in the microwave or whatever. Yeah, I hate that that's true about me, but it is. Anyway, so she and she's always like, and she and Otto are actually the same way. They're like, why eat anything that's not worth taking time to eat? And they don't even take that much time. So she'll take like 20 minutes and she'll come up with this amazing meal. She goes, oh, this little thing, this is nothing. And I'll be like, oh my God, it's like better than a 5-star meal. She'll just like, she does fantastic smash burgers and whatever. I mean, it all kinds of different. So I'll go out there just to take a break, and there's this like wonderful risotto, with real wine and like roasted vegetables, just sitting there. I know, uncooked hot dog. I know. And so, but the thing that's really nice is that because my standards are so low, it's like everybody's always apologizing about it. And I'm like, oh my God, this is like the best food ever. This is the best food ever. I'm so grateful. Makes me a very grateful person. Mm. Oh, hey, thanks for the cheer. I just saw that. Oh my God, we had a hype train even. I did not see the hype train start. Oh, that is so great. We had a hype train and I didn't even see. I feel so bad. I'm such a bad person. See, I'm a bad streamer. I don't know how to stream. I don't. I do bad. Total weekly hours. Okay, so this is the interesting part. So I really feel like, honestly, I feel like 45 minutes of one-on-one time is the best possible amount of time you can get from mentoring. I've actually done a lot of research on this. There's on the SkillStack Twitter back in the day, there's a post about total amount of attention span any human is capable of. And anything past 45 minutes is tough. It's tough for people to stay really focused on a thing, unless it's something that they have been driving. And past 90 minutes, you're done. You're just done. And did you see a lecture about it? Yeah. So past 90 minutes, you're really done. Your brain's fried. You can be super interested. The average human being is still going to have a hard time, maintaining focus. And yeah, you can take micro breaks, as we've been doing, like one break every 45 minutes, is what we did at one point. So what I want to do, let's do this. We'll do intervals. You'll appreciate that. While it's clutch, right? 2 by 45. So we'll do 2 by 45 with a 5-minute break, intervals. And I think that's perfect, right? So you take your break, you go use your potty, your whatever, and go get your, drink your wine or coffee or whatever. No. The answer is massive amounts of cocaine. You're not wrong. I've never done cocaine, It's truth. Just cross my heart and hope to die. I've never touched cocaine. It doesn't mean I haven't wanted to. Um, yeah. So get everything done in 5 minutes exactly. Mm. One of my best friends is was a med school student, and he's Mormon, and he used to suck down caffeine way past. I mean, he never got kicked out of the Mormon temple or anything, but definitely was not worthy because of all the caffeine he took in. I actually have a guarana powder. I put that in my smoothie shake. But over 220 milligrams of caffeine is bad for you too. So, uh, with a week uninterrupted. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. So, yeah, get everything done in 5 minutes badly. So we do 2 by 45 intervals. Let's do that, and that kind of gives us a time frame. So, we'll say 90 minutes for each. Now, the other question I have, and this is you can see that before breakfast. Yeah, 2 gram. It's the average cup of coffee, or actually no, it's the average double espresso, which is about what I do. So the total weekly hours. Actually, let's do boost hours. Is there anybody in the audience right now who thinks that we should be spending more time? This is an honest query. Okay. Is there? So when we first did the boost story time, we did 3 days of 3-hour boost, highly intense sessions, and the idea was that we would get everything that I taught in SkillStack over 2 years done in 2 months over the summer. Does anybody think that's a good idea? Please let me know. What would you rather have? Would you rather have 2 months of 90 days, we'll say, of highly intensive instruction, or would you rather have 90 minutes every Saturday for the whole year? You know what I mean? And I can tell you, when we tried to do the intensive thing, I told everybody up front, I was very open with them. I said, look, this is designed to be an elusive boot camp kind of approach. And I swear, we lost our viewership dropped less than half after the first 2 weeks. You prefer the 2 weeks? Yeah. Hey, Pylang, how you doing? Summer does not equal intense. Exactly. Well, the assumption was that there were certain people in there who had school off and wanted to dedicate their summertime to learning stuff that would get them a real job. And there were definitely a lot of people interested in that. But the reality of it became very clear within 2 weeks. That people just could not mentally keep up. That did not count all the time that they needed to spend doing stuff between the times that we had sessions. That was also so. Just to further this idea, 2 days per week for 3 weeks and 1 week break. Hey, how you doing, MMLV? How are you? So at the time, I also did not do things with people. So I did 2 things that I do from SkillStack mentoring. I try to transfer that kind of idea to this video thing, streaming thing, and I learned, in my opinion, so far, that it does not work. One of those things is that people in the stream would be as dedicated as people are when I one-on-one mentor them. As a rule, the percentage of people who are as dedicated as the people who are paying me $75 an hour is very low. You're getting this for free for the most part. In fact, I toyed with the idea of doing it for subscribers only, so that they, if you're paying for something, you generally remain more committed to it. Right? If it's free, you don't care. You're like, I'll get to it eventually, and you don't do it. Right? So I actually considered charging and having subscriber-only streams, which is a horrible idea. There's really, 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 really good statistics to show that doing subscriber-only things is a good way to kill your entire community. So I mean, even with Udemy and all that, my OGFM guide. So anyway, um, yeah, and so yeah, lots of other great streamers here, by the way. This is fantastic. I really like everybody being here. I'm sorry I'm not calling everybody out. I'm trying to stay to under 3 hours. That's another one of the. Where did I put that? Never more than 3 hours per stream. Stram. I'm gonna hold myself to this for my own health sake, and another thing too is this is going to help me be accountable, because if I do so much wandering that after 3 hours all you have is a bunch of stories about Mormonism and my dog, um, and I have to end the stream, then I get to deal with the guilt, and the guilt will help me to stay a little bit more focused. I'm not promising focus ever. That's just not how I am. But if I have to cut myself off, then I'm giving myself a consequence, as opposed to streaming for another 3 hours and then going 6 hours and everybody. Plus, I've then just robbed you of 6 hours of your life where you could have been doing something. And if I truly believe what I'm saying about helping you get a job or be efficient or do something good with your life, then streaming even 3 hours, once a week is a pretty big commitment for people to dedicate themselves to watching that. And I want to do better about making that content, even if it does contain stories, more relevant, and less of a I'm just going to put this on the background while I do something else, which is fine too. But for this educational stuff, I really hope that people will, have their computer up and they'll be doing the thing with the computer, and they'll be engaging, as opposed to having it as yet another station that's on, another channel, that's streamer that's on during the day. And for that kind of thing, maybe the multi-stream kind of thing. A lot of people watch multi-streams, including me. That kind of thing would probably be better watching my Zwift channel and just wanting to shoot the shit or whatever and help me pass 2 hours of recovery ride. And I'll save my, ad hoc stories about my life and stuff like that for those kind of things. But when we do the boost, unless the story is directly relevant to why you should learn a thing or how I learned it the hard way or whatever, that's not going to be part of the boost in 2024. At least that's my goal. Now, I'm obviously going to not hit every point of my goals here, but I'm saying this publicly because I want people to help me. Everybody knows I talk. QA engineer, I think it's a fantastic way to break into the industry. It's one of the best jobs you can get. Mm-hmm. Especially if you're on a team that actually really knows what they're doing, because then you're looking at their work, you're evaluating it, you're having to do research to see if what they've done is right or wrong. So it's actually kind of like getting paid to go to school. Especially as a software engineer, I think QA engineering is a fantastic job, particularly for beginners. Desktop engineer, which is the term we used to say for people in operations who are helping people, keep their computers running. In the world of remote, desktop engineering is not as important. This is the whole A+ kind of thing. But QA engineer is, especially if you're interested in code, I think is a really, really good starting position. I would jump all over that if you have a chance to do that. And you might not like it, right? But it's not the end game, right? The end game is you're going to now know what good code and bad code looks like, so that when you start to become one of those people writing code as a junior dev or senior, whatever. By the way, don't call yourself a junior, just call yourself a dev, and then qualify it by how much experience you have. The end. It's just dev is too pejorative. Junior is just too pejorative, and I've worked with senior people who are definitely junior, and just don't do it. You're probably better than them. As a QA engineer, is always encouraged me to learn it and to get a job in the future. Yeah. But the future of AI is necessary. Yeah, look, they're still going to need quality assurance people. Yeah, they're going to need that. So, hey, Daves, you agree with that? Okay. I think it's called associate now. Quality assurance associate. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So the boost is going to be 90 minutes, 2 by 45 intervals. We'll go hard for 45 minutes. And we're going to keep working through stuff together. Now, I've struggled with this one because no problem. I've struggled with this one because in the land of YouTube, people can cut away to a, 45-minute installation, automated installation of a VM or something, and not actually show that while it's happening. And when you're doing stuff live, obviously we don't have that. But there is a great advantage to doing it live. Doing it live means, and this is the disadvantage of YouTube, YouTubers have the luxury of editing out all of the quirks and things that didn't work or didn't go as planned. So it looks like they did everything and it was all rosy and everything was just perfect. It never is. It's one of my biggest complaints about YouTubers who do tech educational streams. Doing it live. There you go. I love that. That's a great emoji. I have to go follow whoever that is who has that emoji. That's fantastic. But and I mean, even if it takes longer. So, if it takes longer, right? Because inevitably, while I'm doing it, some problem comes up. And the first year we did this, I took a different approach, which is tell people what they don't know, what they need to know and what they need to do, and then send them on their way and have them do it and have them report back, right? And that works in a private mentoring situation, right? In a private mentoring situation where you're the guide and the person is doing the learning and they just don't know what the next step is. They don't want you to do it for them. They don't even really want you to show them how to do it. They want to do it. After a time, at first they have to kind of be cured of their teacher-student mentality. Tell me what to do, teacher. A lot of people have to be cured of that. Because Sir Ken Robinson has in Out of Their Minds, in that book that he got knighted for, has a lot of opinions on that are really amazing, that we do talk about at the beginning of the boost. But the idea is that once they become an autodidact, which is another book I want to write, Autodidactic. I'm still hanging on to the idea of that book. I really think it needs to be written. Changing into an autodidactic mindset is the single most important thing you will ever do. And if I can help you do that in the boost in the first few weeks, I will have accomplished everything that I ever set out to do. Learning Linux and Go is great, but if you become an autodidact out of the boost and nothing else, I'll be satisfied. Because once you know how to take control of your own learning and you know how to organize and do your own learning, it's not just being an independent learner, it's taking responsibility for your own learning and scheduling a learning plan, setting up a strategy. It's much more than just being an independent learner. It's meaning taking an active, progressive stance in your education, your personal education, without any dependency on any other specific individual. You have a lot of people who help you and mentor you, and they are all resources, and you are in charge. And that is the single most important transition in mental state that will happen in a beginner boost or at SkillStack. And if I'm doing my whole little blurb on this right now, kind of prematurely, but it's so important that you learn that. Okay, because if you don't learn that, you will die immediately in IT. Because as you know, IT is constantly evolving and changing, which means that there is a built-in requirement for you to learn every fucking day. And if you are not doing that and you don't know how to do fast research from the command line or otherwise, and you don't know how to teach yourself, and you don't know how to fail fast, and you don't know how to experiment, you will fail in a way that will cause you to go get a different job. So you have to learn that, especially if you're going to go into any knowledge career. And that, I think it should go for medicine and for doctors and dentists and people like that. There's a lot of dentists that are doing things that are like 20 years out of date. Doesn't matter. They don't think that they need to learn the modern things. But most professionals will tell you that there's a built-in requirement to learn and to know how to manage your own learning. And if you don't have that, forget about the rest. Forget it. Because it doesn't matter if you paid $9,000 for someone to tell you exactly how to make a React web app. Because within, 30 days, it's no longer going to be the same information. Learn how to learn. Yeah. You remember the link streams? Yes. I can never hop on a link stream. You don't have to be on a link stream. You just have to find your way of learning quickly and getting. I can get answers faster than anybody else. I'll put that to the test. Actually, there's a couple of my good friends on the stream that I would love to have a competition to see who can get the answer the fastest. And actually, this year's boost is going to include ChatGPT as a resource. I don't have it set up currently, but I have it set up as a command line resource. So 3 question marks, ask ChatGPT what the answer is. 2 question marks, ask, I think it was Bing, I can't remember, and 1 asked Google. No, Two ask Google, one asks what do I want to say? DuckDuckGo, right? And so that's how we do that. For it came to learning even at your advanced age. Exactly. Very old. Yeah, the people my age, they give up and they just, try to coast along to the end of their job, to the end of their career, which by the way, for me, could be in 5 years. I was doing the math the other day. I was like, shit, I'm 56. Did you know you can retire at 64? Did you know this in America? You can take Social Security early at 64 if you don't want as much money. If you don't want as much money, you don't have to wait. If you wait till 67, then you get, the full amount of money or something like that. But if you can retire at 64. Yeah. Yeah, I found that. I was researching that the other day. I'm trying to figure out how much time it's going to take before I can do that round the world tour on my bike or whatever. And you can have 12 if you want. No, you cannot. You can't get Social Security for it. That's what I meant. Chabatio El Lama from the terminal. I mean, I don't know. We'll talk about whether the querying AI from the terminal, right? So I think that's really the question. And there's been a lot of include okay, so let's put down here. Varying times include use of AI queries from command line. I have been doing that already. I use my favorite tool for that, which is not installed on this machine, is what's this that one from this is that colorful one. God, I can't remember the name of it now. I actually think I have it. Let me see. Let me see something. Alias. Oh, that's Google. GPT. Trying to see if my GPT is. Oh, I don't have the AI key. That's the problem. Yeah, I don't have my AI key. So I had to write this because I didn't want my AI key in my environments because I didn't want to dump it on stream for everybody to see. Something. I don't think it. Yeah, I have to. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, that's all stuff that I have to fix. Zet, same. We'll still cover Zet and knowledge management. Anyway, okay. So what time is it? Charm voices. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Charm voice mode. Thanks, Tomato. 22. Should I be investing in 401k with the global warming? Let's cash out. Brent, I would cash out. That's just me. I don't believe in retirement funds anymore. I know that's a rather radical idea, very unpopular opinion. The best thing you can do to invest in yourself is number one, your health. You need to invest in your health because your health is going to bankrupt you. If you're American, especially, if you have any health problems whatsoever, you'll get bankrupt. Hey, YouTube, how are you doing? How you doing? I think it's our Marrakesh friend. If I remember right, did I get that right? So just know that, I mean, I'm answering a question still about 401k for Brent. I personally, and I could be wrong. I don't have enough data on this point. I'm not a financial investor, but personally, I am coming from a place because of serious debt for the company that I started. That's a long story for another day when I'm riding my bike. If you want to, I can talk to you about it. I'm going to be probably have most of that debt paid down this year, thank God, finally. But the point is that the idea of a 401k and retirement for most Americans is not a reality given the state of our economy. And I don't want to dwell on how dark that thought is, but the best thing you cannot give in on is your health and your ability to work. And if you maintain your health and your ability to work, that should, in my opinion, that should always take priority over any retirement savings. And I really believe that. I really believe that. If you are healthy, right? If you are healthy and if you have the ability to work, you should be able to do the third thing, which is, of course, work toward a 401k savings of some kind, or invest in things that are going to make money for you when you are not making money, such as, writing a book or doing something like that. in Hacking Capitalism from the late Chris Nova, there are some techniques in there related to that you could read about as well. How you doing? Made a simple shell project. Nice. So, um, so that's my answer on the 401k thing. I actually am very afraid of what's going to happen when I turn an age where my brain stops working. And rather than thinking about that, I have been focused on doing things that keep my brain working. And I pay a lot for health insurance and for life insurance. I have very good life insurance so that in the event that I end up dying, my family and will be taken care of. But that means that I can take a little bit more risk with how I maintain my health in a way that I enjoy on the bike into traffic. So anyway, I mean, you didn't ask for that, but that's maybe a topic for biking. So, for those of you who don't know, I do all kinds of things on stream, and not everything is interesting to people. After this stream, I'm going to be getting on my trainer here, and I'm going to be doing 2 hours of recovery endurance ride. So, those kinds of questions. Oh, that's very nice. Thank you for the sub, Namaro. So, if you'd like to ask me those kind of questions, a lot of times I'm bored and I don't have anything to talk about. So, I mean, I always have stuff to talk about, but I don't always like streaming when I'm on the bike because I like to take my shirt off, and it's just not fun to look at me without a shirt. No, it's not boobs you would pay to see, like the other ones on Twitch. That's all I'm going to say about that. Anyway, on a similar subject, in 29, basically an analysis paralysis between keeping work, saving money, buy your own home, play it safe, or just quitting, switching jobs, and doing things I've always wanted to do, and traveling. Yeah. Well, when you're young, I mean, to be full disclosure, when I was young, I did the things I wanted to do. In college, I became a river guide, a mountain bike guide. I applied for a job as a cruise director and a translator in Russia. I ran tours in Amsterdam. And of course, I was a Mormon missionary before that. And so I spent 2 years in the Caribbean with all kinds of interesting people, including, Rastas and boy, I have stories. And we'll save those stories for boring bike stream. If you want to ask me about my stories from my mission, I got lots of them. But the point is that I knew when I went to go become a river guide, and I was terrified of the water, by the way. When I went to become a river guide, I knew that was probably going to be the only time, and because my Mormon future had been dictated to me. You're going to get married, you're going to have kids, you're going to become a bishop, an elders quorum president, whatever. That is your job for the rest of your life. So says God. And at the time, being a young person, I knew that those college days and those college times was the only time that I was going to have to go out and do something interesting. If you watch Sarah and Hitch, they're a pair right now. It's two of my favorite streamers. Sarah right now is actually kind of unpacking the stuff for their new house, and Hitch is hitchhiking his way to the Streamer Awards. They both have done like pair streams before on Twitch where they've been, on the bike, and they're on their tandem, and they're both pedaling and everything. And I find it really interesting because they're rather affluent, obviously. The reason I bring them up is because they are a good example of young people who are now, they're Sarah just mentioned it today. She's like, hey, we got all these adventures out, but now we're kind of like settling down and, making roots. And my niece, I think, my brother's son had a baby. His wife had a baby just this last week, and in the Facebook I was watching that, I was like, oh, that is such an adorable. But that first baby, as soon as that baby comes, you are tied down, man. I mean, you might be able to take the baby with you in their Patagonia gear and go, hiking the Colorado Trail or whatever, but you have a different life. So, what am I saying? When you're young, you have the health, you have no fear. You're kind of stupid, actually. I did some pretty dumb things in Russia that probably should have got me killed. Some of them. arms dealers, all kinds of mafia boss translations, stuff that I'll say for another. You want to ask me a Russia story, okay? Ask me a Russia story when I'm on the bike. All right, I don't want to go there now. But the point is, because the question came in, um, should I be adventurous now or should I invest in my future? And there's no reason you can't do both. But it's important that I tell you that when my pregnant wife sleeping in a bunk bed in a Russian cruise ship who was carrying our first child who would later have autism, probably because of the mercury from the sturgeon and the caviar that my wife was sucking down from the Russian ship. She just loved it. And when she literally sprinted 9 months pregnant, 8 months pregnant, to get to the airport between things because she wanted out of there. She never wanted to come back to Russia ever again. She told me in very specific terms she never wanted anything to do with Russia. And I bought Pearl in 21 days. And after that, I quit the job and we lived in this very cheap apartment. I had a desk that was literally made out of cardboard, literally out of cardboard boxes. And we had this new baby. I had no job. I was on unemployment. I had all kinds of tech skills. And this internet service provider called FiberNet in Provo, Utah opened up right next to us. And I was walking past it when I was trying to get sales because I had given up the main part of my job that I wanted to do. And I learned the internet. I learned how to code and got that job and, thought I was in Fat City, rich as I could possibly be, making $35K a year as a Perl developer a web developer for FiberNet and then later for Teleport. And then from there, I got double that salary going to, no, that's not true. I only got like 4 or 5 more. But I went to Nike and then I went to IBM and doubled that. And then I've since double. So the point I'm trying to make is it was at that moment when I realized whether I wanted it or not, I had roots. And it took my young wife at the time, telling me I am not coming back to Russia with a baby, to realize that the investment in tech skills, whether or not you really are really into it or not, is always a good thing because it's better than waiting tables, right? It's better than selling Amway. It's better than whatever, right? And even if you can tolerate it at a small scale, knowing how to code and knowing how to do Linux are enabling skills that will get you way more money to fulfill whatever dreams you want to come. And then if you decide you want to have roots or not, if I had it to do over again and I wasn't Mormon, I probably wouldn't have got married, honestly. In fact, knowing what I know now and my wanderlust, I don't regret any decision I've made. But had I known that I would not go to hell if I didn't get married and that I could have had premarital sex and I could have actually traveled the world, there's a good chance that I would not have even gotten a dog. I would have just traveled the world, learned multiple languages, sampled the best food and women from the entire world, and learned all the tech that I needed to fund that. Because I know who I am, but I didn't know who I was at the time, and I was following the recipe given to me by the Mormons. That's a very personal, it's kind of aside there, but the question is related to that. Trying to decide what it is you want to do with your life when you're young. A very, very, very personal decision. But don't let anybody else make that decision for you. Nobody else gets to make that decision for you. That is your decision, and you're going to have to live with the repercussions of it forever, especially a child. Once you have a child, you are permanently responsible for that child. There's no getting out of that, right? And that responsibility can take different forms. I could hear my ex-wife just chastening me right now for my lack of ability to take responsibility for my eldest, who's completely written me off because I'm not Mormon anymore. But you sign up for that shit, right? So just know what you're signing up for. That's all I got to say. How do you show the table of contents? Good question. What do you use to host your Zet GitHub? I'm just using GitHub Pages. That's all I'm using. It's just GitHub Pages in my little Zet program. You served in Adelia, Australia. Nice. Yeah. And by the way, when it comes to those who are Mormons, those of you who serve Mormon missions, I don't want you to think that I'm attacking you. I am writing a book about how much I feel like the Mormons destroyed my life. But there are many good things from my life that came from the Mormon religion. I'm no longer Mormon, and I make jokes about it all the time. Sometimes I rage uncontrollably because of what I believe is a cult, and that's hurt me. So, but if you're just coming here for the first time, just know what you're getting into. Thoughts on that? I miss Rob stories. VMware is a hot topic in my parts. It absolutely is. It really is. Yeah, how do you show table of contents? Yeah, that's generated. The table of contents is generated from my Z command. Yeah, that's the thing that generates that. The display of the content is coming from. Here, let me show you. Is coming from this repo, right? So I have just a regular README, and then if you create a docs directory and then you activate GitHub Pages, any markdown will be automatically turned into a web page for you. Not my favorite. It's using a thing called Jekyll. So there you go. There's the README. This is all the source code, and I'm following my own little technique here for Zettles. But we're actually going to cover this. You know what? We are going to cover that. I just don't know the right way to cover Zettelcast and stuff in here. I don't know how deeply to go into the note-taking thing. Taking notes and managing your knowledge is a part of the beginner boost. Really, there should be 3 beginner boosts. There should be a tech career beginner boost. There should be a Linux beginner boost, and there should be a Go beginner boost. You know, so tech career beginner boost. This is what there should really be. There should really be a I want a tech career. I do know Ruby, but it's been a very long time since I've done anything with it. Do I use C in my daily life? No, I do not. No, I still think you should learn C, especially if you're in operations or a hacker, because of something I will show you. Okay, so let's see if we can find a process. I'll just give you a little demonstration here. Okay, so let's find a running process of some kind. I mean, let's actually make a process. How about that? Let's say, let's say while true, do echo something. No, that's not going to work because it's not a single binary. I'm trying to give you an idea. Oh, so long ago. Hey, Lone Star. Attempt tasks that you should out or beyond you. Oh, that was so nice. Thank you for that. Sure. Appreciate that, Lone Star. It goes based on C. Absolutely is. Absolutely is based on C. In fact, Rob Pike is quoted as saying, and I can show you the video, Go is a friendlier C. He says the same thing. And unlike Rust, Rust hates C. I mean, they constantly are saying bad things about it. Go embraces the quirks of C and says, yeah, C has gotten us to where we are, but we can go better. We can do better than that, right? And so Go actually incorporates C into it. You can write, if you do import C, you can actually write C code in any Go program, which you cannot do in Rust, obviously. I mean, there's probably something I don't know, but Go was designed to pair with C and to expand on C and to fix some of C's problems. It wasn't meant to replace it in a way that was so draconian that, you can never write, dangerous code, which is a complete lie. It's the biggest lie the Rust community sells you. And so anyway, I don't want to get in a language fight with anybody here. There is no fight. Go has, in Chris Nova's words, most of us will be writing Go code until we die. And then she died last year, which is so sad. Because that is the new enterprise language, period. There's no debating that. The stats on that are very, very clear. Whether you like it or not, that's the way it is. And if you want a job in enterprise, writing enterprise APIs, you're going to be writing Go mostly. Do people do it in other languages? Yes. Okay. So Go is born out of a version to C++, below English for C++. Yeah. And Polar, there's actually, if you search for Rob Pike, ROBPIKE, and Golang, in YouTube, you will see the interview, one of the very early interviews he gave at a conference about this new language called Go and what its purpose was and why it was developed. And I can see that we've kind of. I was going to show you how the Zetacast work. We can save that conversation for another day. This is related to the Go Beginner Boost. So, and this is related to the topic I want to cover today before we go. How many hours do I got? All right, so I have another 25 minutes or so. Okay, so before I have to go, um, the reason that Go is a primary language, um, is because of everything I just said. It's the default enterprise systems language today. Should you learn C? The other question, I was going to show you how to trace a process using strace, so you can see what the process is doing. And the output of strace is system calls that are written in C. So knowing how to read C and knowing how to read assembly, and I still kind of suck at it. GDB, I used to have to find memory leaks and stuff like that in Tivoli for IBM, level 3 support, and spent a lot of time reading a lot of assembly. So I believe everybody should learn C enough to read it and to understand it, and they should learn. Frankly, they should learn assembly if they're in operations. You should learn it, particularly if you're in hacking. Obviously, you need to be able to read that stuff. Being able to write it, different question, right? Unless you're writing malware or you're writing drivers, knowing how to write C or embedded, knowing how to write C and assembly really doesn't apply. Gabe's probably moved on. He was here. He is an embedded programmer, so he would strongly disagree with me. There are jobs in it. There's just not nearly as many. And by the way, when we left, I did promise you that we were going to go through the BLS search results to find out. No, Go++, no, it will never ever happen. And yeah, so let's look at the computer programming jobs. This is related to, and this is where the Go stuff comes from. Wow, look at this. So computer program, god damn, they were 11% in decline last year. They were 8% in decline now. Now they're 10%. You know why? This is where AI is destroying everything. Computer programmers are the people that are told what to do. Give me a function that does X, Y, and Z if it's given this and this and this. You know, this is the stuff that gets outsourced. This is the stuff that ChatGPT just writes, right? Or OpenAI or whatever. These jobs are going away. So let's go back to, let's look at the computer information industry stuff. We're looking at this because we're planning for the Beginner Boost, and I want to know what careers to cover in the Beginner Boost. Generally speaking, as is described in skillstack.io, the Beginner Boost is designed to prepare people for the top, 6 or 7 tech jobs, and to find the commonalities between all of those jobs. And hey, Twilight Tracker, software architect is growing. Yes, it is. You know why? Because AI, right? They need the people that know how to think about how the things should be talking to each other. Not necessarily the people coding the API, but the people who are defining what the API should be, right? What operations are we going to expose in our system to others so that they can then interact with them? That is software architecture. Beyond the Black, yeah. Oh, you found that? I have to go look at that one. So computation research scientists, 2022 median pay. And I kind of wish they had a comparison of growth rate. They do not. This is a high paying job, but it's a master's degree job. And oh my God. Oh my God. That is doubled. That is doubled. I've been watching these numbers since 2013, and the most I've ever seen this get is to 10, 20, 11%. Solutions architect, I don't know. An AWS solutions architect is AWS specific. If I was going to get, I mean, it's probably useful to do that, but if I'm going to do architecture, I would do not necessarily cloud-based architecture. You definitely have to have cloud, so that means learning Terraform, learning GCP, AWS, whatever. I would say you should probably learn one cloud provider pretty deeply if you want to do architecture stuff. This is a different thing though. This is computer information research scientists. Architects are generally rise from the ranks of software engineers because they've got a lot of the hands-on experience. In my experience, that's not always true. But in my experience, I have never met a software architect who started as a software architect. They wrote a lot of software and built a lot of systems and APIs across multiple architectures, so that they understood the interactions between the systems. And yes, they had, master's degree training, and a lot of them. And to become a computer architect, I know this because it's something of a career blocker for me. Most of them in traditional work that I've experienced, this is all from my experience. This is not, objective at all. It's just from my experience. Um, Most of the architects that I have encountered, they have a master's degree of some kind. And um, I believe that, I mean, I've deployed APIs and architectures about my own database APIs and stuff like that. It's running on like 52,000 systems at IBM on Fortune 500 company. It doesn't matter. I didn't get the architect moniker, right? Because, for whatever reason, I didn't push for it. And I was like the pocket software engineer for the people who did have the senior architect role, and they would call me every week, sometimes 3 times a week, to get my input, and I was content with that position. I was content with being the person who actually was feet on the ground. Something to consider about the architectural career is that a lot of times you start to get pulled up away from the technology, and sometimes that's fun. Sometimes you just want to make the broad, sweeping, important strokes of the masterpiece, and you want to have somebody fill in the gaps and color it in for you. And the more you get into the architecture role, the more that's what you're going to do. If you find yourself being a peon, software engineer who's, creating these wonderful, class hierarchies or which is horrible, but functional systems, whatever you want to call it, whatever you're doing, and you find the elegance in like, crafting the stone at that level, but you find yourself being annoyed by the overall form of the thing that you're building, it might be time for you to start looking at an architectural role. But I have never met an architect who started as an architect. It usually doesn't work that way. To start out as an architect, yeah. And where are they using Median? I don't know. That's just what they do. See you, Cocus. Yeah, I'm going to be ending here in a couple 20 minutes or so. So we'll see. I'll be on the bike later. Computer network architects. Okay. Other than network architects. So this is a very, very niche exception. People who design how to craft a subnet and network traffic. This is a very highly specialized form of IT that almost always involves several specific vendor certifications, and dealing almost universally and uniquely with network devices, period. I have never met a network engineer, and I've known many, many in my day, and they kind of have a certain personality about them. They walk with a lot of swagger because they realize that, how important they are. They tend to even be more self-important than some of the software engineers I've known, because they get paid ridiculous amounts of money. This number is interesting compared to the research scientist number. Most of the network engineers that I know, starting salary with like a CCNA, or above certification is well over $140,000. Oh my God. Lone Star, that was so kind. Thank you for the sub bomb. Appreciate that. That's very, very nice. Oh, that's so fun. Thank you for that. Thank you. So let me just say this. If you are obsessed with networking and you're the kind of person that just wants people to tell you what to do, and you don't really want to do a lot of architectural learning, you prefer somebody kind of handing you on a plate exactly what you need to learn and keep up on in order to make a lot of money. This is the way to go. Okay. So network engineers, the network engineer job is one of, Bob Tyson will talk about, that's what he does is he teaches network engineers. And I've worked with a lot of community colleges, and if there's one very fast path to money in tech, it's network engineering. Network engineering, swagger and balls. I've been working in telecom 17 years. Very few telecom architects are a rare breed. Yeah. If you can actually survive in the very cutthroat telecom I mean, Erlang came from telecom, by the way, and that's like one of the languages I really want to learn. Ericsson is one of the greatest unsung companies. You know, all the Silicon Valley companies, you know, they're all, vying for popularity and chicks and shit. And Erlang's over in the corner with like the biggest of dick energy in the room. Sorry for the inappropriateness of that comment, but seriously, Ericsson as a company just looks at all of the other Silicon Valley people and is like, mm-hmm. Yeah, let us know when you're managing several trillion bytes of data concurrently, and you've written your own language to do so, and you've developed your own switches to handle it all. Yeah, then you can come talk to us. You know? Seriously, the engineers at Ericsson or places like that, they don't need to be, put all over Silicon Valley billboards and stuff like that. They know they know that they are the strongest engineers in the world. Them and the people who work at NVIDIA. As Erlang said, yeah, Erlang and Elixir are the same. Yeah, Elixir, I think is just a different variant on it. There's very few jobs in Erlang and Elixir, but boy, I tell you, if I could actually get a job doing it, I would do it. It's one of the few languages that I have not learned yet that I really want to learn. You know that meme where the guy looking at the ass was walking with his girlfriend? That's Erlang for me. Erlang and Elixir has solved some of the world's greatest problems, including for GitHub and other places. There's like, what was the company that deployed a whole bunch of Rust and then they ripped it all out and went with Erlang? Discord. Discord did that. Yeah, you worked at Ericsson for 10 years? Oh, damn. Damn, a close friend, which is about a senior architect for about 20 years. He's just nuts. When, what, how, and why for so many aspects. No, absolutely. Bite stick. See, I mean, thank you for confirming that. Discord uses, yeah. So Discord tried to, in that blog, or the blog that was cited by Amazon, it was slamming on Go and pushing Rust because they just hired all the Rust people that got fired from Firefox or whatever. And it's kind of some fun drama there. As a Brazilian, I'm surprised two pretty cool languages, Lua and Elixir, come out of here. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Lua is a great language. Lua is the most embeddable language in the world. It just doesn't meet all of the needs that people think it should. I'm not opposed to NeoVim being written in Lua at all. I think it's kind of funny, and I wish they would make it an actual release. It's still beta, Did you know NeoVim is still beta, right? As far as I know. Unless within the last 2 months it got released finally. It's still beta software. They've never come up and said this is an official 1.0 release. The bonus is being, which is the virtual machine for Erlang. Yeah. Have a great one. Yeah, if you have to go, you have to go. Let's just go down and look at the rest of these jobs because I want to see. So a couple conclusions out of this. And I think one of the conclusions is that the beginner boost, the tech career boost, we need to focus on starting career paths for AI architects, and as well as infrastructure operations engineering. So I actually have. I wonder if I still have it up. I might still have my website up. Let me see if it's a really old one. I don't still want to tell you about it. Yeah, it's still here. This is really old, so please don't count on it. I'm just looking it up. This is my old RWXGG site. Code is everywhere. Mastering master. Go to gig. Play this page. Oh yeah, this is back when we made it so you could play the page. Oh, I forgot all about this. You can Z-type this page. Oh, is it not working right now? I am not a robot. What happened? Play. I couldn't load my website. That's too bad. We used to make it so you could actually play my website as a game. Yeah. I wonder if it still works. I know. I'm totally distracted. Do you guys know about Z-type? Yeah. Here, watch. Let's do. Oh, there we go. Skills.io. Yeah. What's with the I am robot thing? Oh, it doesn't seem to be case sensitive. Fictional text. Play examples. Okay, let's do cat and hat. There we go. New game. I told you I'm easy to distract. Cat in the hat. if you haven't seen Z-Type, you got to understand, I deal with 9-year-olds a lot of times, and they don't know how to type. So this is actually one of the fun games to help them get into typing. Isn't that fun? It gets pretty damn hard. I'm not even kidding. There's tons of was it what to play. I didn't do them in the right order. See you go to bed, Pickles Route. Yeah, 3 hours is the most I'm ever gonna do. If it's been 3 hours, then you go to bed. 3 hours. Should we try? Yes, please hold me accountable, so that I don't play too much Z-Type. Because I want you guys. Oh shit! I blew up a thing. All right, that's enough. That's enough. You can play it. Anyway, that was left over from a long time ago. I went there for a reason. What was I going there for? Oh, I was going to show you the job thing. I know. Oh, is here somewhere? Become an autodidact. Really learn better. Cool, all the things. Good to gig. Yeah, knowing how to get a job, what the jobs are. That's part of my good to gig stuff. I could have. Is it jobs? I gotta look. There it is. Okay. So, Feather Trucker. Should I still go through beginning or boost? That's really up to you. If I were you, I would make sure to keep up on the 2024 boost, and but if you're just chomping at the bit right now and you don't want to wait till May, sure. It does kind of end abruptly, and I try to apologize for that in advance. So this the last time I updated this was several years ago. Security analyst was the fastest growing tech job at the time. As you can see here, computer and research information scientist was only a growth rate of 16%. So things are changing, people. This is why we have a boost, and we look at these numbers every year. They're changing, and it kind of makes me want to see what security. Actually, these are direct links. So let's computer information research scientist. Oh, whoopsie. Let's go look at them. Computer information research scientist is now 136,620. So that data is out of date. This was 2 years ago I did this. Okay. So this is now, still needs a master's, but it's now an extra $12,000 per year, probably because of inflation and stuff. And still same amount of time. But look at how fast its pace of adoption has come up. It's now up to 23% growth rate. 23%. It was only 16 before. That means it may have taken over from software developer. So let's go. God, this is super fun for me. Let's go look at software developer. Computer programmers has declined. Don't do it. Security analysts. Okay, let's just jump right in, right? Security analyst, 112. I mean, this is a great entry level job. A lot of people want to be a hacker. Actually, when I started streaming because I was going to get the OSCP certificate, and I stopped doing it. I lost a lot of friends because of that. Because they were like, why are you stopped? You were all about the security and everything, and now you're not. And then I learned out that the job of a security analyst is 50% report writing. You're not actually writing, you're not hacking anything. If you want to do that, be a freelancer or something, or be a zero-day analyst or somebody like that. But if 90% of the security analysts are just running software that somebody else wrote and writing a report and running it against something, it's a really fucking boring job. And any of the security analysts will tell you that. And as soon as I figured that out, I was like, I'm not interested. Not interested. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be running someone else's software. I want to be writing the software, right? So I want to be doing zero-day discovery. I want to be doing forensics. I think that falls within this area, but most security analysts it's a pretty boring quality assurance job where you're just running scans on stuff and you're writing reports. There's lots and lots of writing. And I don't mind writing, but it's 32%. Still looks like it's growing at a fast rate. So that means that has not diminished. The salary is higher now. My friend went exactly the security route, and his job is paper pushing. Oh, it's good to hear you say that. Thank God I found that out before I dropped all the money on the OSCP cert and everything else that I thought I wanted to get. Right. Operations, I get a chance to write so much more code and put out fires and catch hackers and write scanning software. I get so much opportunity to do fun tech stuff than I ever would have had to do as a security analyst. And that is not intuitive. That is not intuitive. People, they're so programmed by Mr. Robot and all these things, this ideas about hacking, that they think, you can do that. If you can do, but do it on the side. You know, do a Neo from the Matrix, right? Do a Neo from the Matrix. You know, by day, you know, he's a mild mannered software engineer who works for a conservative company making, you know, kick ass 6-figure salary. By night, he's like, you know, hacking the system, right? If you want to be a hacker, do that. Go for it. You know, do that as your part-time job. Have fun with it. Go for that. You know, make money as a bug bounty person, which those jobs are going to go away. AI is going to obliterate all of the bug bounty stuff. The stuff in AI that's coming out now is going to obliterate the entire bug bounty people, because they're going to be able to develop AIs that look for different. There are only so many variables. If you know anything about AI at all or data modeling, you know that there's only so many variables, right? And so when it comes to bug bounty discovery, there's only so many variables. There's a finite number of variables. Are these ports open? What's there? You know, basically, when you're writing software that does checks to see if your stuff's security vulnerable, they do it fuzz tests. What are fuzzy tests? What are they? What's a fuzz test? A fuzzy test is just try as many things as possible as fast as possible. Well, when you add AI so that it adapts itself to the finite number of parameters that are being input. So anything that has a finite number of parameters to its input lends itself to AI tremendously well. If you are going to go into security and you want to do the fun stuff in security, you better couple it with AI knowledge, because the people who are writing the security analysis data models, the ones that are doing the bug bounty hunting using an AI model, are going to destroy everybody else completely, because they will be able to find those targets and identify them on a system that's running 24/7. That's what my original cluster was going to do. And it's just going to sit there and it's just going to harvest all the bug bounty stuff, and it's going to submit it in, and they're just going to sit back and take in the checks. That is the future, in my opinion. That's the future of the bug bounty program. It's also the reason that I decided not to invest my future knowledge. I'm going to learn how to make my own data models. I don't know how to do that yet. And there are some great people on Twitch. Nick Wan does data, and others who are in that space. You know, he's interested in baseball more than anything. But learning how to write a data model and how to train a data model, I believe is moving into the area of everybody who wants to do anything in software needs to know how to do that. And the tools have gotten, PyTorch and thing, the tools have gotten so good at doing the legwork for you that you just have to do the architectural work of identifying what the data points are, and then creating the initial training by saying this is true, you know, and kind of babysitting your models. And we've done some of this at SkillStack. Actually, we had a kid who's now at Columbia. He was obsessed with AI. He was doing stuff that I could never get my head around. But I tried really hard to follow. He was writing, you know, literally his own models. And so he's a total genius, by the way. And so, but knowing how to set up the data points and to do the analysis and to create the original and to crunch the data for a model and to identify the data and to gather the data correctly. And that is where the operational side of things comes in, right? Because the ability to mining data, that's a Python and a Go thing. That's a Python Go hackery kind of thing, right? The more data you can mine from a source, and once you know how to put that data into a model, so you still have to write code to do the mining, right? There's more and more tools out there to do that for you. But if you want to be really, really good and you want to be a bug bounty hunter, you write the software that does the mining of the different data points as efficiently as possible, right? Without triggering alarms or anything. If you're black hat, and then you learn how to write your own models to analyze that data and identify statistically where the most likely. It's more data science than it is really AI. And then you're going to, identify the best targets and everything like that. And then all of your work is done for you in advance. So there's a ton of Python programming there. And so I was kind of anti-Python about 3 years ago because I always made the joke about it being my girlfriend who threw my shit in the street when we broke up. But I hate Python. I there's many reasons I really hate it. But at the same time, it is the dominant language for AI and for data science. There's just no debating that whatsoever. It's not even worth having a conversation. It is completely dominated that space. And because of Ansible, it's not going anywhere. So learning Python is a very valuable thing. In fact, we need to put Python in here. The question is whether we should combine Python with the other Beginner Boost. And I don't know if we are going to or not. At one point, I taught Go and Python, and Go, Python, and JavaScript. We would teach it at the same time. It'd probably be good to do that. Wait till Mojo gets released. Yeah. Doesn't anyone just buy our data from Google? Need to go AI ML. Yeah. Need to go AMI. I do want to learn that stuff. I don't know any of it. Hey, Twisted Seed, how are you? Models do take a long time to train, especially if you don't have a lot of hardware. That's why you want to get, that's why I think I still have my nanos, Jalopy. Yeah, because I want to learn how to do this stuff. Okay, so software developer, 21% growth rate 2 years ago. So the security analyst salaries, did they break 6 figures finally? Let's see here. The security analysts, oh yeah, they did. Looks like everything's over 100 finally. Damn, even techs are 60,000. That's good. That's good news. I mean, as I've been saying, tech salary inflation is a thing. It really is. Because there's so few people that go into tech, the numbers for people and the need for tech continues to rise. There's some really interesting stuff that's dated at this point on code.org that talks about the drought of tech professionals and how it's going to impact the industry. And there you see it. I mean, the salary inflation, it's happening, and tech salaries just keeps going up and up and up. And if you're looking for a way to, invest in your job skills, it's really a thing. They're trying to move trash double the cost hardware. Are they really? Shit. Python's future is Perl's current state. After what Perl dispersed, Python is not even good. I know. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I'm a huge Python fan, a Perl fan. Still am. There's a reason the entire, what is it? What's the database of intrusion things? The malware stuff? Metasploit. There's a reason Metasploit was written in Perl. All of it. No, Ruby, Perl, and a little bit of Python. I think they opened it up to other languages now, but it was written in Ruby. And there's actually a page that talks about using Ruby instead of Perl. And they wanted but because their default was going to be Perl, and they went with Ruby anyway. Yeah, Metasploit. So, anyway, so here we go. We got BL searches. Let me see. Programmers are going down. Don't do that. Network architects, they're always going to be making big money. Same with data people. Data people are the other people that think they're, especially if you learn DB2, which you have to pay thousands of dollars to learn from IBM officially. Nobody even knows what DB2 here is, but I guarantee you the people who know DB2 have really solid jobs. Link, it's bls.gov, bls.gov. Computer network and computer systems administrators. Okay, so these are admins. Now, this is where a systems operations or a system administrator, strictly speaking, infrastructure engineers fall under this category. I don't like this statistic because I don't think that the purview of this particular category is including SREs, site reliability engineers, which is Google's really bad term for system administrators who know how to code, pretty much. And so there is no category for that. Quality assurance testers. Holy shit. Look at how high that is. That is totally new. It's never been that high before. What the hell? That weren't even on the chart before. What? See, SRE's not on there. Dude, I didn't even have them on the chart because they were not making that much money. Look at this. This is 2 years. In 2 years, these salaries have all gone up 30 grand. Oh my God. Even the sysadmin. This is insane. Oh my God, this is insane. This is just a QA job. This is like one of the best. You know why it's so high? Because they need people to test all the training models and stuff. I bet that's it. Holy shit! That's the third fastest job growth. That's AI. That is totally AI. Real site reliable critical engineering. I agree, Brent. This has got to be AI. This job position didn't even register in the top 10 2 years ago. Inflation, not growth. I don't know what the right word is there. I'm sorry if I got the word wrong. But this is freaking me the fuck out. This is growing at a rate of 25%. That's faster than software devs. My jaw's on the ground. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen. Look at how fast web is going down. I knew it was. I called it last year. I called it last year. It's still going up fast, but look at it. It's not going up. We said that. We said that the industry had been glutted, that the web developer industry had been glutted. And another thing too is that a bunch of people were qualifying themselves as software developers instead of web devs. Right? And look at that. Look at how shitty that salary is. Yeah, learn React to make 80 grand a year. No, thank you. Go be a QA specialist testing other people's code and make almost 1.5 times their salary. Hey, how's it going? Dude, this is insane. I cannot believe that this job came out of nowhere. We've got to cover this for the boost. We have got to cover this for the boost. I don't know. I'm wondering if DevOps is in here. I'm wondering what they did. I wonder if they put DevOps in here. Software developers, software quality assurance, design computer applications and programs, software quality assurance analysts and testers identify problems with applications, programs, and BS degree. This is the highest paid, fastest growing job in all of tech for the least amount of education. I would never have guessed that. Somebody was just asking me, somebody was asking us at the beginning of the stream, their buddy or somebody that said that there was a QA job available and whether they should go for it or not. And last year, and actually for most of the boosts, people asked me about QA, and I'm always saying, look, it sounds like a boring job, but it's a great job because you get access to software from the perspective of seeing how it's written well. And it helps you get exposed to a lot of software all at once. So it's basically kind of like junior software architecture training because you're looking at code all the time. You're not writing a lot of code other than writing code that does testing, but you're getting exposed to a lot of code. And so that exposure to that code, boosts you into the direction of software architect, which is where the real money is. Those are the people that make $400,000 a year for Netflix, and when they used to do that before they fired everybody. I knew that was coming. I knew it was coming. I was like, that job is not worth that much money. Information security analysts, database administrators and architects. This is my theory. My best theory on this is that AI is mostly about testing models, creating a model, getting the data, putting the data in, and running tests to ensure that the outcomes are consistent with the inputs. I would not have guessed this, but I personally, my initial impression is the reason that the QA jobs. Oh, no, guys. Oh, I got it totally wrong. Look what they did. Okay, I am totally wrong because look what they did. They lumped software developers with look at the comma. I'm sorry. Okay, I feel much more grounded now. They lumped QA people with software devs. Now, I think that's a mistake, personally. If you're a QA person, you're probably going to be doing 90 grand. Okay. They lumped QA with software. Why would they do that? This one right here. Software developer. Yeah, I apologize. I got excited for nothing. So I missed that completely. I misread this. I was reading this as software quality assurance engineer, and I thought that was it. I thought someplace else on the list was going to be software developers. No, this is software developers. They just expanded the scope so that it's got kind of everybody in there. Now, to be fair, by putting QA people and testers in there, that should have pulled the numbers down, but it didn't. It didn't. It didn't pull the numbers down at all. It's like 21%. Let's see what the growth rate is. 105. So that over 2 years, that job has increased income $20,000. I mean, even at the rate of inflation, that's like an extra, what is that, 10%? 10-ish percent? That's an extra 9% per year. Per year increase. That's insane. That's insane. And this is another thing we need to talk about, get the gig and then manage your gig, manage your job. Because if you are not moving every 5 years, just like flipping houses back when the real estate market's hot, you are not going to be getting what you are worth. Unfortunately, in the world of tech, the rate of salary inflation, progress, growth, whatever you want to call it, is so high that, in my experience, the company you're working for will never pay you what you're worth over 5 years. Because no matter how good their HR department is, they will not pay you what somebody else will pay you to work for them as a starting entry person at doing the same thing with the same experience. Not just because you're better, because you've progressed over 3 years or whatever, but also because they've gotten used to paying you a lower amount. And this is a super important thing for technologists. And I already told you that I've accepted a much, smaller salary than I normally would be, which, by the way, is well above all of the salaries on the screen here. But that's still way below what I could make. I know I could make more because I'm very senior. So my point is knowing your worth and managing that worth and getting a person there to help you is very important. If you don't have that, whether you like it or not, I mean, it's a fine dance to be done to stay economical, so that they want to keep you on. When we go through these cycles of cutting and these bubble bursts, which I've seen 2 of them, 2000 and then this last one, and there was one before that. I've lived through 3 different cycles where they've hacked people to death, in the software world. That's why I like my feet in operations more, because they don't get hacked, because they still need to keep what they got running. I've lived through those things, and I'm telling you, staying a reasonably good deal is in your best interest for stability. But if you're living large, and you haven't locked yourself into a really high lifestyle, go for that extra job working for the finance sector or something like that, and make an extra $100,000 a year for 2 years until you get fired. You just live off the money you didn't deserve for the last 3 years. Just between a nice place to work and hard money. Yeah, true. Isn't that stuff on PhDs? It's staring at my soul. I feel like the site is looking at me with web devs being at the bottom. Yeah. Well, look, everybody gets started in web dev. I was just talking to my buddy about this, and he also got his start in web dev. My start was web dev. I was the web director, the web designer and director for FiberNet. It was a new technology back then. We got, being able to write HTML was considered an advanced skill for a while. I know it sounds old, but this is 99, 97. And then I became Nike's internet webmaster for a while and made money there and gave conferences on Java applets and all kinds of shit. That was when I encountered Linux and wanted to do more. And I wanted to do more of the sysops thing, system administration, and ran my own Linux lab out of my, called tuckzone.net. Actually, it's all gone now, but that was out of my, and then when I changed jobs, I took a job that doubled my salary for IBM. When Nike started abusing us really bad, it's a story for another day. And then I bounced over to IBM, and I took a job that was being paid by the financial sector, ironically out of Charlotte, which I now live here. And that job went away while I was in training. I'm not even kidding. They hired me for this job, and then in 2000, the bubble burst, and the job that they hired me for died, but I was still working for IBM. And I was like, well, what do I do now? And IBM at the time had personal development managers that you talk to about that kind of thing. I said, well, you're on the bench, you're still getting paid, but you have to figure out what you want to do next. I'm like, what? So I got on this old school mainframe thing and tried to find a job, and I found a system administration job in the area in downtown Portland, Oregon. And really amazing manager, best manager I ever had, took a chance on me. He said, yeah, if you're doing a lab, if you're building a lab out, I'm sure you've got the commitment to learn hands-on, raised floor systems operation. And I had to learn all about AIX and Solaris and Unix. Like, what's this Unix thing, right? I knew because I'd been trained on SunOS before I knew Linux existed. And then I did Linux, and I got really good at it. Taught my team Linux, got some thanks awards from people on my team. Most of them were from military, by the way, military background. They had a lot of Unix knowledge. And they actually busted a hacker on my team. Feds came in and took him out. That happened during that time. And that was quite the day. I wasn't there actually for that. That was also when I took down the web server because I got in the email server because I thought I was going home for the day, and I shut the server down. It was on my laptop. I was logged into the wrong machine. And a bunch of other good things. And then I went from there and worked for another department in Tucson, and boom, I got internally recruited into another job within IBM, and then boom, it's just a quick little context about where the different jobs that I've seen. This one here though, let's check the growth rate. So this is now 25% growth rate. Software developer was at 21%. So software developer has increased in growth rate. Let's do a summary, and then I'm going to close up for tonight because I need to do some of the things that I'm really excited about this and stuff. So the fastest growing tech job period is security analyst. And it says bachelor's, but it really doesn't need a bachelor's. It really needs certs. And Western Governors University, and if you're an American, is still my favorite recommendation for security analyst education, particularly if you want to get into the high-paying jobs, which are usually government and banking. They're not it's a really boring job, but you can get a job that pays relatively well, and that's $99. But what is the new software? What is the new price for software engineer? I mean, not what's this one? This one's what was this security analyst? Security analyst is 112. Okay. So 112. So that one is still the best. That one is still the fastest growing. But there's a lot of paper pushing. So it may not be what you want to do. If you're going to do purely software development, you're going to have to be risking losing your job, stuff like that. Right. So my preference is to do software development for systems administration, infrastructure engineering. And that's what I do. I do software development. I develop APIs and stuff like that are used to run our operational batch management stuff, while also maintaining the batch management stuff. So I am, as I said, straddling the software and the operations world, which is really great for job stability. It also pays a shit ton of money. So that's what I would say there. Software developer is still the second fastest growing, at 22% now. Is that 22 or 25, I think, but it's now 120. Computer research side. No. The research scientist one, that's the fastest growing, the fastest growth change. The fastest growth change is in this one. So this is computer information research scientists, 23% for $136,000 there, $137,000. Shit. Okay, so this is now $137,000, and it's growing faster than software developers. Annie Askey, into scientific computing at the right time? Absolutely did. Annie Askey, another great streamer there visiting us. This is interesting. This must be where they're putting the AI stuff. This has now officially taken the second place position as the highest paying, fastest growing job. Requires more education, obviously. But this is the data, people. And yeah, we are doing AI heavily in research computing. Yeah, absolutely. So that is a really sweet spot to be. God, Median salaries 137,000. Shit. Oh my god. Your graduate degree, something like sometimes a PhD. Yeah. These people, the people that are doing this stuff, these are the people that I support, and they don't even know how to use VI. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. There was a guy. There was one of these guys, one of these high-paid, multi-degreed people that we support because we support machine learning, and he was having problems with his network because he was turning his VPN on from his cubicle. I'm not even kidding. It was like he had no knowledge of network engineering at all. He had no idea how computers worked, but he was a big brain. He had making crazy ass money, probably. I don't know. Um, and ability to exclude California would be useful in these stats. You know what? That would be nice. Yeah. Salary against the cost of education. Good point. Good point. Good point there. Um, yeah. Very, very interesting. Interesting. I am so glad I took the time to look at this. Yeah, web devs are still kind of the same. They are making a little slightly more. Their rate is going down. They don't really have a category for site reliability engineer, even though I think that an infrastructure engineer, they don't have embedded either. Gabe's gone now, but when he was here, he's like, yeah, there's plenty of jobs for C. Oh, really? Where are they? I don't see them. There are, but they're extremely niche. And, at least for the sake of the boost, I try to be more general. Now, a lot of people, please don't rule out computer support specialists and systems analysts are actually really useful information. They study how they organize how the systems talk to each other. You get people that are designing APIs and stuff like that in here, I bet. And you got the database people that just live in SQL all day. And software devs, web devs. Web devs are making slightly more money. The rate of increase only changed by 1%. I personally think that web devs it's a glutted market, and I still think you should learn web development, but mostly for your own purposes, not to necessarily do development. I do also, and I don't. There's no bad blood when I say this. Okay, I joke with web devs all the time. I was one. Okay, but I joke with them all the time, saying, yeah, you could always just go for web development. It's a joke. Okay, I joke about that stuff all the time. In my experience, web developers tend to have a bigger ego than they deserve, and that's all I'm going to say about that. they think that I will quote you something. I had somebody say to me, my X number dollar salary says that what I am saying is right. And they were getting paid so much money as a web dev for a particular company that they felt their opinion on all technology was therefore that much more relevant. And that is an extremely immature view of knowledge in tech. And it's kind of annoying, when people cite statistics to say Rust is the most popular language, and I always say, oh, really? Where? It's the most popular language with people who answer surveys, and if you look at the percentage of people who answer those surveys, the number of those people, a lot of them are web devs. You have no idea. They couldn't even organize an engine, So just, question the data that you get. And the data from here is one source, but it's a pretty damn reliable source. They are not motivated in pushing you one way or another. Their only motivation is getting as accurate as they can in their statistics to help, particularly Americans. But these trends tend to be the same everywhere. We need an emoji. It's a joke. Yeah. The future in support, or did I miss? Oh, the stuff about support. Cost of education takes time, call, and ceiling of the job. Yes. I was gonna say, a lot of people have come into the tech. They want to know how to break into tech, and a lot of people have come into tech following the A+ method, right? So there's two general ways to break into three, actually. One of them is the highly educated and certified and degreed way, right? And that applies for information security, network engineering, and the data science stuff, right? These are people who have really high front end costs, but for example, network engineers, they're guaranteed a job. I mean, seriously, I don't know anybody who's got a high-end network certificate who actually earned a great networking certificate, has built their own lab in their house or something. That's not going to be immediately placed. Network engineers get placed right away, right? Information security analysts, they really need them. So you get a couple certs under your belt and maybe a bachelor's or not, you're going to get a job. You get, master's degree in computer science or data science, something like that, you're going to find a job right away. But there's a lot of upfront stuff on that. And the other paths into technology, including the one that I took, which was dabbling in web tech and finding out what was new and learning how to code, Java originally, Perl, and I did a lot of back-end system stuff with Perl. I was doing web stuff, but back then you couldn't code anything in the browser, so you had to do it on the server, and that got me learning Perl, and that turned me into a sysadmin, and then boom. So web dev is a path, right? It is a path, and you'll find a lot of web people they'll start writing APIs, and then they'll get sucked into the database stuff, and a lot of them will end up going into database instead because they like that angle of it, or they like the back end of it, and then they become, or they like setting up the deployment so that it goes out really nice. That's more of a DevOps thing, right? But they may have started out as web devs or not, right? Most DevOps people that I know have web knowledge. You kind of have to have it, right? Because CI/CD and all that kind of thing. You got webhooks and stuff. I mean, you're dealing in web tech all the time. So that's one path. And then there's the last path that I'm reminded of is the desktop support. People who have their hands on the hardware. These are the hardware people. These tend to be people who, whether they've gone through certification or not, most of them just love to tinker with computers, right? And they're not particularly interested in cloud computers. It's also kind of a branch of the embedded people, right? They want to deal with hardware. They like, being on raised floor. They like dealing with the danger of halon going off in their face. They like using the suction cups to go look at the network stuff. They like swapping out the, RAID 5 array disks and stuff like that. They love building computers. And there's a bunch of them on Twitch, by the way, right? They live for those computers, and they can take pretty much any computer that's not working and figure out why it's not working. They're really good at debugging. They're kind of the hands-on Star Trek-y hardware engineers. And that is generally like, they used to call it desk side support or A+ certifications. Some of them start out working at Best Buy or whatever, fixing computers and stuff like that. And then they end up becoming like hardware operations people. And eventually, if they learn how to code and deploy systems automatically, or these are the kind of people that when we're on a weekly call with the infrastructure people, they're like, yeah, they're always talking to hardware vendors. They can tell you the difference between this version and this version. They can tell you, they regularly go out to lunch with the NVIDIA rep. These are people who live and die for the mechanical part of the computer world and the IT world. And, they are the more cloud there's a regular fear out there that people who have hands-on knowledge that they can work in a data center and keep hardware running are a dime a dozen, or that they're falling aside. In fact, there's some pretty interesting storylines in Silicon Valley about the guy the computer operator, right, who lives down. He's kind of like the mole people, right, because they're always around the computers. They'd rather be around the computers than people. And the desk side people, they like being the hero. They're like the Nick Burns, does computers, right? It's like, move, I'll fix your computer for you and be a hero and then send you on your way. And system administrators fall into that category. System administrators are kind of the hands-on people, but these, where are they? The desktop people, computer support specialists. The computer support specialists are usually the people that'll show up on your desk if you have a cubicle, and they'll help your computer get it running, right? But the idea of having a desk, the idea of having a cubicle, the idea of having a computer that you own, it's not your own personal laptop that's connected into something. I mean, those skills, the skills of keeping your computer running, are now becoming mandatory for everybody. In a remote world where everybody has to maintain their own hardware, this is why it's so important this year. I'm glad we talked about this, because this year we are going to install Linux on a hardware device, and I'm going to show you how to burn it. Knowing how to make an ISO and knowing how to burn an ISO. I mean, these are skills that were considered very advanced before, and now they're kind of like, no, you just need to know how to do that, right? In fact, if you're a remote employee and you're working in marketing, in order to have your latest computer upgraded, you have to like live without it and like ship it into them and have them change it up for you, because the age of having some sort of desk side support person, computer support person come to your desk and fix it is gone. That's not the paradigm. There are jobs that do that. They're more conservative usually, but the going forward, the cloud and remote work and all of that is making the ability to get your disk drive to work right, or to image your machine, or to build your own little tiny lab, or know how to set up your own Wi-Fi router. Those are things that would normally be computer support things. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is that the computer support specialist role is kind of built into every other tech job. It really is. And I did share a story of a guy who was a high-end, highly paid machine learning PhD who didn't know how to set up his VPN, and used his VPN when he was at work, because he didn't have the basic computer support specialist skills for his own self. He knew how to do the highly advanced things, but he didn't have those. So I would strongly emphasize, building your own computer at least once, and knowing how to re-image a computer and put a different operating system. And of course, Linux is the perfect OS for that, because I mean, that's what it's designed to do, is to breathe new life into old hardware mostly. I don't think network engineers are becoming extinct. No, I think the question about whether on-prem, which means running your own data center, the serverless people love to say, or the people anti-serverless people love to say, oh, there's still a server, I promise you. It's just you don't get to see it, right? They're just moving. Yeah. So the jobs, all the hardware, hands-on network engineering, hardware jobs, they're still there. They're just centralized, and they're, you got to go work at Amazon, or you got to go work at Google, or you got to go work for Cisco or NVIDIA or wherever, or Spectrum, right? I mean, God, did you see the Spectrum? We had a 4-hour Spectrum national outage last night. Crazy. So though there's still jobs, I think the centralization of and the consolidation of the hardware jobs, even if it continues to do that, I think it's kind of, as I said, it's kind of a cycle. It goes in and out. When people move on-prem, they want to hire those people on site. We just did, by the way, we just hired a couple more on-prem hardware type of people. And so that is a normal thing. It's going to continue to happen. And I don't think you need to be afraid of it. I think the jobs are not going to pay as much, because they generally, for whatever reason, those jobs, unless you're a network engineer who's certified for Cisco or something like that, they tend to pay, as you can see, their support kind of jobs, system admin jobs. Computer support, system admin, they barely crack 100. But those kind of people, they tend to like being around the hardware rather than to have a lot of money. In general, if you're involved with maintaining and keeping things running, which is what the hardware people are doing, you're not going to make as much money as the people who are making new things, which get more stock investment and get more money for the company, until the economy crashes and those people get fired. So, that's kind of my lay of the land on that. What bucket does the old short Indian guy from the Valley wearing a Cisco branded t-shirt that cuts me a dirty look we're in the grocery store, but not because there's a special I don't know about that one. Centralized and automated. Yeah. Hardware is getting more automated, but another thing too is getting a lot more virtualized. The virtualization of hardware is probably the biggest thing. And the thing that's crazier is you just watching the mainframe get reinvented all over again. I had a mainframe buddy when I was working at Nike who sat right next to me, kind of a boomer. And he's like, oh yeah, we can do that. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, you want 10 Linux systems? Here we go. And he would partition off 10 Linux systems and start them running. He goes, okay, there you go. There's your IP and everything. They were doing virtualization in like the 80s, the 70s and 80s, way before all this virtualization comes out now. And they're like, oh, okay, ho hum. And now we're seeing all of this re-centralization of computing resources in a modular way, and the racks are starting to look more and more and more like mainframe. And now you're starting to buy, these, instead of buying a whole bunch of nodes and combining them, you're buying these big pieces of architecture that are just a bunch of nodes combined inside of them, hardware nodes. And you're like, oh, hey, look, it's the mainframe all over again. It's just a matter of time before somebody takes the separation of the hardware completely out of them and says, okay, here's one big computer with, the equivalent of like 40,000 cores with, whatever, 156,000 gigabytes or terabytes of RAM. Now you can divide it up however you want. And everybody, and the mainframe people are going to look at them and go, doing that in 1979. You just have bigger numbers. They've been doing it. They have been partitioning apart logical machines in the mainframe world since the 80s, since the 70s and 80s. And I swear to God, we're going right back there again. We're going with all this cloud stuff and everything. It's like, I mean, everything, we don't care about machines anymore. We just care that we have, whether the node is what we're now calling the machine is up, the compute node, is our compute node up in our computer cluster that we can like raise and, go up and down. I think on-site IT people may make a comeback about cloud prices. I agree. I totally agree with you. I think I've been saying this forever. In fact, people ask me all the time, why are you spending so much time installing a Kubernetes vanilla from scratch at home? Why not just, spin up a GCP Kubernetes cluster? Because I can't do a CNI. I can't decide what my ingress is going to be. I can't set up my networking. I can't set up my my load balancer. These are all hardware related things that you have to know if you're going to be managing an on-prem Kubernetes cluster that you can't do from the cloud, because the cloud does it. The cloud does it for you. And they provide their own things, and you just have to use those things. It makes it nice and turnkey and all if you're a dev or a DevOps person. But if you want to get good with helping somebody stand up an on-prem Kubernetes cluster, you now are missing really critical skills. Like, why is Calico better than this other CNI? You don't even know what a CNI is, right? And you would never even know what a CNI is if you are not building your own Kubernetes clusters. And so the project, it's not giving away too much information at work right now, where we're automating some GitOps driven cluster creation, where we change some Ansible recipes and configurations, and without using Terraform, we stand up clusters on the fly. And it's pretty damn cool. And I can't talk more about it, but it's all Ansible based, actually. We seriously thought about it. We got some Kubespray in there. But anyway, so knowing how to do that, what a node is, what a compute node is, and all that stuff, that's all, really relevant knowledge no matter what, especially if you're in operations. How is it going to impact the people keeping those nodes running? Well, they still have to be plugged in. The spindles still go bad. There's still, SSD that wears out. Those things are still always going to be there. They're just much less of a thing. And more that stuff is going to be centralized into a single machine. And we're going to start seeing bigger machines, in my opinion. What's the best way to learn to write Ansible playbook? I don't know, but we're going to be doing some of that. Anya asked. I need to get good at doing Ansible. So, one of the things that I'm going to be doing on stream that's not going to be beginner boost is going to be building my virtual lab. I sold the rest of donated the rest of my lab. So my remaining tower with Ansible playbooks. And I'm going to be doing nothing but Ansible for this. If you have questions about Ansible, I would ask Het. Het is the Ansible god. He's really great. CK, I actually paid for both of those and never got it. I I don't know. Um, honestly, I would knowing what I know now. Unless you're an absolute beginner and you're trying to break in, I would invest money and build your own labs and build your own Kubernetes cluster before I would ever do a CKA, CCAD, or a CKA. That would be what I would do first. That's my opinion. And I'm quoting somebody who was a CTO who's hired lots of people, who's in our stream. He's not here now, I don't think. And he jumped right on that statement when I said it last time. He said, I will hire somebody who set up their own Kubernetes cluster or two through automation in their own personal lab over somebody with a CKA or CCAD any day of the week. Hey, 4Kids. So the point I'm trying to make is hands-on experience is always going to win over any certification. Now, if you again ask Het Tanis. Het Tanis is certificate king. He's got like every fucking certificate that was ever made, I swear. And and he's got lots more experience. He's a really great educator. He's a good human being. He has quite a bit of a different opinion on this. Whether he's just getting a CCNA cert for that instructor, absolutely. Okay, so I actually made a whole video about the certificate thing. So before we leave tonight, I'm going to go ahead and send you on your way and I'll give you another thing to go watch, okay? So I'm going to go find it. I actually made a video for this and everything. And the question of certification is a complicated one. And what do I mean by that? So I'm going to show you. Here it is. Why certified? So everything that's in this video, I stand by it. Okay. And I made this video a long time ago. I wish I still had that hat. I love that hat. This is forever ago. God, how long is it? 4 years ago. Yeah. God, I think I've been streaming. I must be streaming 4+ years. Right? Yeah, I'm going to send a link right now. So, but if you don't want to watch the video, it boils down to trust. It boils down to trust. Employment is about trust. And some jobs you get that trust in one way, and some jobs you get that trust in a different way. Oh, thank you, Lone Star. I appreciate that. And it depends on the job. And that's what I talk about in that video. That video is specifically about that. And I made a little pretty graph. And you can see like, that some of the jobs over here, it's about demonstrable performance and reputation and portfolio. It's not so much about a credential. And then over here, as the skills get more specific, there's actually legally mandated certificates, like if you want to be an electrician or something. So the video boils this topic down pretty well, but it comes down to it depends on the job, right? And the hard part is that the job's in the middle here. There are some jobs in the middle where some people would say having a cert works against you because it says that you believe in certs, and certs are just a piece of paper when you should really be proving it, like programming. Programming is a tough one, right? I would never get a certificate in programming. They have them. You can get an entire degree in Java programming. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just write a bunch of Java code and prove that you know how to do it, right? And so, that in that area, there's some pretty strong debate, and people get jobs either way. But it's pretty clear if you want to be if you want to be a pilot, you can't just say, hey, I've got a lot of experience as a pilot. You can't do that. You can't be a doctor that way. You got to have you're required to have a credential. And then you got CEOs, right? They don't have to do anything. So there's a bunch of stuff that's about reputation and proof of that you can do what you want. So people say, should I get a cert for, should I get a CCNA? And when it comes to network engineering, the network engineering stuff is pretty solidly in the specific skills category. So that does benefit, in my opinion, from a cert much more. Hacking, same thing. Hacking is kind of in the middle, though. There are people that actually read on a F security site. They said any security certificate will work against you. I'm paraphrasing, except for OSCP probably. And what they were saying is that if you actually pursued getting certificates to become a hacker, that it was going to, they were not joking, that it would count against you in an interview as opposed to somebody who has no certificates but has hacked a bunch, has made a lot of money as a pen tester. So it depends on who you ask. If you ask a government official or a bank, they won't even let you through the door until you've had Security Plus, right? Or whatever else. So again, it's about trust, and you have to figure out what job you want, which is hard, and then you have to figure out how do you establish trust with that potential employer, and then it's about finding that employer. And that content that I just talked about is covered under Good to Gig, which is something I've talked about. I don't think I've covered it in individual pieces, but I've never made a series about it. And that getting good to gig that's all of this. In fact, tonight, all of the content pretty much is from Good to Gig, knowing the job market, knowing how to prepare yourself. Good to Gig also includes, making a CV and getting a resume out there ready and building your professional network, which is how you're going to get a job and why LinkedIn is actually going to work against you. GitHub is very important. All of these things are about getting a job, Good to Gig. And at one point they were included in the boost, but then they kind of distract away from, Linux skills, right? Or Go programming, right? So getting Good to Gig is kind of its own thing. And it probably needs its own series. I don't want to do more than 90 minutes. I've already gone over my time for today. What time is it? Yeah, I'm over my time, but it's been fun. So, Good to Gig. Anyway, so I think that's it. Let's go ahead and raid somebody. Hack the Box, try hack me. Yeah. I'm a Hack the Box fan personally. I still have a membership over there. I should probably do something over there. I don't have time. OSCP and stuff like red team. Yeah. OSCP is the most respected certificate you can get, period. In my opinion. It's also the most expensive. Yeah. It depends on where you're trying to go. If you're going to go into the security field, first of all, I'm not in security, right? But I did a lot of research about it. If you're going to go into security, you need to be very clear what type of company you want to work for. If you want to work for a bank or the cybersecurity department of the United States Defense Department, or you want to be a freelance bug bounty person, or you want to work for F-Security, every single one of those jobs has a very different requirement for education and experience. And so if you want to be leading security compliance for a company, then you would do the bigger ones, right? Like the CC, what is not the CCNA? What's the other big security one that's more of an admin kind of thing? So even within the security space, there's a bunch of stuff, right? There's people that are responsible for security policy for the company. That's largely a business thing. And yeah, that's it. The CISSP. The CISSP is like the shittiest cert you could ever get. It's also really expensive for a guy like me, right? If you're going to go into security forensics, you've got to have, this is one of the reasons I like offensive security so much, because they have isolated specific hands-on skill certificates that you get by demonstrating you know how to do those things, and are also lifetime. And they also cross the border. F-Security, it's the only certificate that they thought had merit. But if you're going to go get I think you get 30 or 40 certificates built into the cost of what's that company? The college, God, what is it? I always recommend it. Pentest Plus. I don't know about that. Security Plus is like that. The WGU, yeah. If you're going to look, I started out being very skeptical of WGU, and I went through the curriculum with a guy, helping him. I was mentoring him while he went through it. And it was really clear that WGU has partnered with the government, particularly, to provide the education that the government thinks they want you to have. And the really great thing about that is that the WGU program, and I have nothing to do with them, actually includes the cost of about 50 certificates. And they certificate the shit out of you. You get 2 tries at each one. After that, I don't even know. But so you come away with there with a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity and all those certificates. And I mean, I would never. They also offer a degree in Java programming. I would never, ever, ever, ever recommend that. But their WGU program, I mean, their security program is worth the money, especially if you put in the time. I mean, you got to, because they pay based on how much time you're there. So if you cram a bunch in, you save money. Um, Security Plus is totally entry level. Yeah. Security Plus is mandated by the entire Department of Defense, including secretaries and people, janitors and everybody. They all have to have Security Plus. It's not a job cert at all. It's like a bare minimum, like don't get fished, kind of stuff like that. So I mean, I haven't been following the security space for very long. There's lots of other streamers who have done way more than I have. They know the field better than I do. Thanks to them, by the way, I made a decision that I never want to do anything with it ever. Requiring for most government jobs. Yeah, I was just gonna say yeah. So, the point is not just cybersecurity, but just for any tech job, right? Yeah. For a degree in Java, can you imagine? Have you written any code in Java besides your degree? No. I just can't imagine. Why would you throw your money away with that? I don't know. So, computer science degree is now ABET credit. It got accredited. They overhauled the curriculum. Nice. Yeah. I got to tell you, the WGU really surprised me when I was really, really looking for problems. I'm kind of against formal education in general, at most. But it's pretty clear you have to have a bachelor's degree to do anything really substantial in your career in America if you're going to go tech, unless you're hacking maybe. And you got to have a bachelor's no matter what. I have a bachelor's in Russian. It doesn't matter. You got to have a bachelor's, period. Adam Ruins Everything does a science-based breakdown of why that's true in America. There's a really great video on that. And I hate it because, there's affidavits from people in Silicon Valley, big companies saying you don't need it. You don't need a degree. IBM doubled down on this and they did a, K through 16 thing, special school. So you don't get any, you have to have credentials, but you don't have to have a degree. Big, no degree needed. It was big in 2013, 2014, but the numbers still say you need a bachelor's. It could be in basket weaving, but you can't even get in the door. So like, what's that company that makes blenders? They also make all kinds of other things. They're headquartered here for a while. Bosch, we interviewed some people at Bosch and they said, oh yeah, they won't even talk to you unless you have a degree. It's a German company. So, Forsen, yep. She gets a degree. Yep. I'm a fan of computer colleges. They have great curriculum. Yeah, community college. I agree. You have to choose the better professors. Your BAS and nice. Yeah, I'm a big fan of community colleges. But you just got to be careful. I have, as I said, I've been on the advisory boards for several community colleges, and like there's a community college in Mooresville that recently got funding, and their computer lab is kick ass, but they struggle to find good people to work there and to keep them. So they've got a little bit of drama, and the curriculum and the teacher quality is not as good as it could be, but their lab, I would pay just to get access to their lab. They have a really amazing lab. So they got funding in their relatively recent, upgraded college. They cannot find good teachers, but it's almost like, in fact, I knew a teacher that works there. I won't say who, but they spent most of their time there during all the clubs and everything that were happening off the clock. And so all these people were getting the benefit of this amazing lab, to do all the network engineering and mainframe nodes and Kubernetes and stuff like that. And so they didn't have to pay all that money for their own lab at home. They could go there and do it. But when they were sitting in the classroom and they were doing the other stuff, they were doing the bare minimum to get through the classes because the material in the classes wasn't particularly good or groundbreaking, but the lab was awesome. The point being that you just don't know with a community college. So do your research. And again, it's more about getting a piece of paper so the HR lets you talk to people. You're going to not even go that route. You're usually going to meet somebody and they're going to recommend you to HR if you do it right. But when you're getting the education, make sure that you're focused on learning. I'll never forget Gabe. He's gone now. I'm going to embarrass him again. Gabe, his mom works for the airline industry, so he was able to fly all over the place and check out schools. He could go anywhere he wanted to. He got like a 4+ or something on his AP. I mean, he was like literally he could go to any college he wanted to in the United States. And he interviewed. He went to MIT. He went to Harvard. He went to Carnegie Mellon, and he looked at their programs, and this is his analysis of the programs, because he did his homework about what he wanted to learn and took control of his learning. This is the key I'm trying to get across. He was able to make a very solid decision that has benefited him tremendously in many ways. And he just thumbed his nose at MIT and Carnegie Mellon. He's like, they got nothing I want. It's like, because he very specifically wanted to do embedded systems engineering and programming in assembly and stuff like that. And he was looking at Carnegie Mellon. It was great for cybersecurity and stuff like that. He goes, man, their labs sucked, man. They didn't have any computer parts or anything. So he goes to UNC Charlotte. No, sorry, UNC Chapel Hill. And lo and behold, they've got a lab that just like made his jaw drop. You know, they've got all of these little microelectronics and embedded systems, and they're constantly doing hands-on, and they have a degree called computer engineering as opposed to, you know, whatever else. And so they have a degree around the hardware-ish part of the thing. And he also it was a state school. It was in its own state. So he paid like a fraction of the cost that he would have paid for one of these other big name schools. It had exactly what he wanted. And he was able to TA the first year of assembly, even though he had to pay for it. And then he got the privilege, you know, getting paid to be the TA after that immediately. So he was able to completely control the situation. So the school worked for him, not him working for the school. And people who go into formal education in general, or the education system, they think that they are working. It's like the job. It's like the school is their job and they're working for the school. It's not that way. The school is you working for you. You are the customer, you're the boss, you're in charge. And as soon as you take that, and that's actually one of the biggest problems with education in general, is that the educational system has forgotten who has the power, who's in control. And so you get a bunch of control-hungry idiots running classrooms and programs and stuff like that, and creating all kinds of diversions that distract from learning, when in fact, if the whole army of autodidacts were to go to the organization and say, this is what we want. We want a lab that's got these pieces in it. We want a curriculum that does this and this. If they were to actually organize, not in a labor union kind of way, but if they were to organize and go to the school and say, this is what we want to learn, and here is why we want to learn it. But unfortunately, what happens is people who don't know what the hell they're doing or what they want to be in life or anything, they trickle into college, and college becomes a very expensive way to figure out what it is you want to be in life. So, and I'm telling you, the more you can learn earlier on about what you want to do and how you want to do it, the more you can take control of that education. And then community college selection, whether you go to schools at all, and your certificates become a matter of what works best for me. And it's not selfish to do that. That's the way everybody should do it. Take a drink. You get me talking about my favorite thing to rant on. Absolutely hate it. I know. It's really effed up. Yep, I know. I am pretty calm today. Can't tell me I was 40 when I finally decided on IT. Yeah. I mean, can you imagine if you'd figured that out when you were 18? God, I mean, just think about that, Chad. You know what I'm saying? You know, I kind of fell back on IT after my Russia stuff didn't work, because my wife at the time said she would never live in Russia. That's probably a good thing. Streaming 3 hours. It wasn't here for that. Mostly for my health. I can feel my heart like racing right now, and my stress levels are through the roof, and I'm gonna get sick now because I got talking about things. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and end on that rant, and let's go find somebody just to raid, and then I'm gonna be back. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. So I'm gonna be biking, and probably not talking as much because my throat actually kind of hurts after 3 hours of talking. During the COVID nonsense, I kept telling my kids, if you used to play ball and abandon school, the institution fails. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Closing on 60, not sure I want to be when I grow up. I know. I still think it's fine to not know what you want to be. Baz Luhrmann in the Sunscreen song says some of the most interesting 40-year-olds I know still don't know what they want to be. I like the IWU. Computer science, bachelor's, master's, center. I would too. Speaking of in me personally, if I were in my 20s or even my teens, I would do something like WGU, and I would use the extra money to build my own lab or pay for a cloud lab or whatever. And I would live with a roommate, or I'd live out of my car, and I would travel all over the world. That's what I would do. But everybody's different. Everybody has a different. If I, knowing what I know now, I also wouldn't have had kids. I would have waited for kids till. I actually probably would not have had kids. It's a personal thing, but I probably would have adopted rather than propagate genetically. I love my children. Don't get me wrong, but knowing what I know now, I would have waited. Yeah. Thank you. I missed it, but what is WGU? WGU is an American accredited remote university that's been around since the days of, is created in the West by a combination of states that did not have, they're really spread out because they were farming states, Nevada, Utah, Wyoming, Idaho, and Oregon. And they came together and they created an accreditation for a remote degree. So the WGU University is a remote program that enjoys the same accreditation standardization that Stanford does. It's very rare. And so, when somebody says you must have a bachelor's degree from an accredited university, you can say yes. You couldn't say that if you went to, I think, ITT. I don't know that. I think ITT is not accredited. I don't know. Maybe they are. Yeah. Pretty sure. I don't think it's 1997. I think it's older than that. Yeah, no, don't get too excited about the Stanford thing, because in America, accreditation just means that, that the organization has bowed down and proven to this body that they are an actual legit college. Nonstop ads for 3 years ago. They know how to advertise. They're centralized in Utah. I think primarily they're run by Mormons. They're also the go-to school for teacher certificates, pretty much. So yeah, I think it's good. Comparing the two is a valid analogy. Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is that their piece of paper is no worse than anybody else's piece of paper. There are many YouTube videos. There's my favorite YouTube video of somebody who's gone to WGU is this mechanic. He's absolutely brilliant. Oh my God, it's so much fun to watch. Young mechanic, little toddler, and he crams an entire computer science degree into 6 months for $3,600, and he has to skip sleep every other day. If you can see it, it's absolutely phenomenal. And he's like, at the end of it, he's like, I don't recommend anybody do this, but it's pretty amazing. Your school prestige for matters from my experience. Not in any company that I would want to work for. I hear what you're saying. There are certain companies that would hire you based on the prestige of your college. To me, that's a filter criteria, because any job that's going to hire somebody from Harvard over a community college who has a lab in their basement and the person who got into Harvard got in because their family was there and they didn't even have to pass an SAT score. If they don't see why, and that goes for MIT too, a little bit, not as much, of course. I seriously, if a company plays by this college is better than another college, if they play by that game too much, to me that's a huge red flag. That means they have no idea what they're doing. That's just me. What happened to 3 hours? What? It's only 3 hours, right? You find iOS files online, emulate everything. Yeah. I graduated from Texas A&M. I was just talking about you, Gabe. I was talking about how you told all those fancy universities you didn't care. You wanted the university that had the better gadgets lab. Is that fair? Is that a fair paraphrase of why you went to where you went? My wife graduated from Texas A&M and the prestige of having, in a way. WGU. Okay, well, you can correct my story. I tried to remember as best I could. My wife graduated and the prestige of having an Aggie ring goes a long way in Texas. Oh, hell yeah. Which is why I would never, ever get a job in Texas. Seriously, getting a job because you have an Aggie ring? Are you fucking kidding me? That's like, now I want to wear an Aggie ring to make sure I don't ever get hired by a company like that. Look, I'm not judging your politics. I'm just saying, of course they notice it. It's totally fucking stupid. You know who else notices it? Skull and Bones. Oh, let's let this guy run for president because he was in Skull and Bones. It's time for a cold one. Yeah. Chris, go. It's time for me to leave. You're getting me ranty. You guys are asking how long it was going to take. Yeah. The whole alumni look, the alumni connection. All right, let's find a positive spin on this. Okay. You don't get hired through the front door. You get hired based on your personal relations. Every job I've ever got, every single job, and I'm a white old guy, every job I've got has been because of somebody I knew. Sometimes there were new people that I just met at a meetup. Sometimes there were people that I met on Twitch. No kidding. The current job I have right now is from somebody I met on Twitch. And, you know, it comes through personal connections. The person that I met on Twitch would valued our interactions on Twitch far more than an Aggies ring. But to take a positive spin on the whole alumni Aggies ring idea without, you know, just, you know, I don't know, is the people ultimately they want, oh, you're an Aggie. Okay. We have personal things in common. Let's talk. Right. And although that's not enough to get a job, it's also fair to say that people get hired based on who they know and who they get along with and who they feel like they could trust. And it gets back to that thing. There are people who would hire you because that Aggies ring, they'll trust you more. They would trust you as a human being more. There are people who would trust you for having an Aggies ring. Some people would trust you for being a Twitch streamer. Some people would trust you for X or Y. You know what I'm saying? So again, it depends on what type of job you want, where you want the job, and then your job is to find out what will build trust. Do I have to join Skull and Bones and go to Harvard to become, you know, a congressman with potential to be the president? You know, if that's what I have to do, then that's what I have to do. You have to figure out what establishes trust with your target, and you got to know what your target is first. And that's the hard part. 90% of who you know, 10% of what you know. Absolutely. Totally agree. Yeah, the connection is there, Chad. We agree. I think we agree on that. And I'm glad we kind of pursued it. Yeah, it's absolutely, that's a line. There's a whole scene in Mr. Robot about that I won't ruin for you. Good night, Twilight Trucker. Better polish up. Good talking to everybody. Let's go ahead. I don't know who we're gonna raid. We're gonna go find somebody to raid right now. There's some the really crass scene in Mr. Robot about specifically about Google. And then he fires them all. You're fired. Oh, Brown. Oh God, it was so funny. Yeah, who should we write? Do we have people? I don't even know. Does anybody have a recommendation? Because I'm kind of tired. People that I don't know here. Phaser.js. What? Oh God, I miss Phaser.js. Gabe, you there? Somebody's doing Phaser.js. We used to use this to teach game programming. Yeah, I usually rate people small. Look at that, they're doing Phaser. Nice. By the way, Phaser.js is a really fun game platform. If you want to just make a simple game and put your like mom's face in it or something, it's really fun. Boost is coming back. Yes. It is a blast from the past. I recommend ending stream over an hour ago. Is it literally 4 hours? Well, Jalopy, thank you for the reminder. I will slowly get better at this. I definitely can feel that it's been a 4-hour stream. At 3 hours, it would have been perfect. Right now, I feel like shit. No offense, it's my own fault. Can't do this every day. Cannot do this every day. I'm gonna get on the bike and try to get the cortisol out of my body. Because I get so pumped up. It's a problem. I know. Here, where's music? Oh, it's good stuff. 4 hours later. I can't do it every day, and you guys, if I do it, I'll burn out, and then I won't do anything for like 4 months again. So, there. Who's this? Ant roleplay stream. 80s funk. Ooh, that looks fun. Skeleton avatar. Who has a skeleton who's his avatar? This guy? Doing Unity stuff? I never know who to raid. Sometimes I like rating music streamers because I like getting street cred with music people. But I also believe in supporting, other people. It's just so hard to find somebody that I really want to stream in the software and game category. And it's really Hack Smarter. Who is Hack Smarter? Let me go see if I can. Similar or smaller size. Same category. Okay. Similar or smaller size. High society tabletop critical misses. What the hell? Wait, same category. Do you want the same category? Hack Smarter is good. Russian woman in Thailand. What? Do you remember when we raided the kid from Russia? Anybody remember? God, I wish we had that moment. I did. I deleted it because it was against TOS. Doing poses near the pool. Oh, you were here for the school. You were here for School 1, Frackery? Wow. Yeah. I'm so glad somebody was there to help remember that with me. Because that's the only evidence that ever existed is our memory. But that was like one of the most amazing things ever. I can't. Those of you who don't know, at the bottom of the software stream was this Russian kid at Moscow 1, and he was live streaming from his German class underneath his desk. He had to be 10 or 12, 10, 11, 12 years old. Oh, the Russian kid raided me? Yeah, sometimes they'll come after me too, but I don't know who Acorn 101 is, but 1010 is, but I trust Jalopy, one of my mods. I know it's a dangerous thing to say. See you, Seabear. Again, everybody, thank you. If you, I'm gonna be doing at least once a week for 90 minutes, possibly more, but I'm gonna start there. So keep that in mind. Do whatever you want to do there. If you do want to support me, the GitHub is the way to go. But I'll have content that's worth supporting more later, hopefully. And stuff. Yeah. And I'm going to be revising the getting the material ready for the thing. All right, we're going to go Raider. Oh, it is. Oh, I know Acorn 10. I know her. Yeah, I've seen her before. All right. Oh, and Alt F4 is in there too. That's great because I was out watching him today. All right. Please give him my best. Tell him I'm going to hop back on and go ride my bike. So I'm not going to be able to stick around, but appreciate it. Bye. I know, orange pants. Got to make sure I... Should I say hi? Should I say hi at least?
So it seems to me that it's just a bit random here. RW. Howdy. Howdy, Rob. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, there's been so many raids today. I appreciate you. Thank you. What are you working on? Linux and Go. Oh, nice. Enterprise software engineering. That's awesome. That's actually really cool.
What's she saying? She's awesome. Okay. I really have to stop streaming now. All right, bye. Bye bye.